Wildlife Fund. Guess it helps if I turn my mic on. To the Wildlife Fund, if your cell phone goes off, so be careful about that. Let's do a roll call as we get started. Commissioner Bell. Mark that down, that he's not with us. Commissioner Haskell.
Present.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Present.
Commissioner Mai.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
And Commissioner Roberts.
Present.
All right, members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it on to me. If you're participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment form prior to the start of the meeting. But if you'd still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak and as a courtesy to others, please do limit your time. And commissioners, remember the mics are a little different today. Green is on and red is not. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance as we get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we jump right back into finishing up season setting, I believe Eric's going to come up and speak with us about a possible change.
Is this on? It is. Good morning, Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. Last commission meeting, we did talk briefly about the July meeting and talked about potentially moving that meeting. And I didn't know if you wanted to have a discussion this morning about that. I have some recommendations, but if you want to have a discussion about it. Just to remind you, our September meeting is Lander of the Year in Lander, and our November meeting is Laramie. So that's what the next few months look like. Our July meeting is scheduled right now for Evanston. I forget the dates. We did reach out to Riverton, a few places in Riverton, potentially to see if we could move our July meeting to there. There's nothing available in Riverton. So that's kind of off the map as an option. So I don't know, Madam President, how you want to.
Sure, so it's my understanding that it would probably be simpler to just move it as an agenda item as opposed to location. I have a severe issue with moving a location because I feel like every part of the state needs to be represented when we have these meetings. And I believe that people from all over try to come to these meetings. And so moving the location, it's not just a headache for logistics, but it's just, I don't think, fair to the people that are expecting a meeting in their area. So would it be possible, if it's the pleasure of the commission, to just take that agenda item and move it to another meeting that would be more centrally located?
Madam President, I have talked to the Wildlife Division, and that agenda item can be moved. Timing wise, everything's okay for that. It's just whether the commission chooses to do that.
Okay, thank you. What is the pleasure of the commission? Any questions or comments on that?
Madam President, I think that the only concern, I have a concern with on that particular agenda item button up against the legislature. And I think it's something that we can't kick down the road for a couple months. I think we have to address it as soon as we can. I think it's going to take the department long enough to get all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, because it is a huge issue and it's going to affect a lot of people. So I would just caution the commission for, I don't like seeing it moved for 2 months down the line, so.
Madam Chair, I guess I have an opinion. I completely agree. Having meetings around the state is important. We need to be visible. We need to be accessible and available. That's very important. And I love Evanston. But the issue that I have run into is this agenda item is there is so much interest in it. Even though we set our meetings a year in advance, right? And no one knew that this agenda item was going to land in the Evanston meeting. I've had comments already that we, the royal we, have set it up and tucked it into an area where it is more difficult for people to get to. Now, I know that's not accurate. I know that's just the way the schedule came together, but I've gotten those comments. And given the interest in this particular issue, I think it's important that we do everything we can to get as many people involved and engaged as possible. I agree with Commissioner Roberts about, I'm concerned that if we kick it down the road another couple of months, we're going to be running up against the legislative session, and they may have thoughts about it, and as well as the fact that how long this process just has taken. It just takes a long time. It's such a big issue. I personally, and with all respect to Evanston, I would like to move it somewhere a little bit more central. I know everybody always gives me grief about wanting Casper. Not what I'm saying. Just somewhere a little bit more central to the state. That's my 2 cents.
Madam President, a recommendation or an option is we could just table this for now, and we could have Tony check this morning Rock Springs to see if that's an option. If we could find a location, and then before you convene today, we could provide that recommendation if you'd like, if Rock Springs is something that you're looking at.
I would like to do something like that at least before we just go and make a decision about changing it completely. Is that okay with everyone else? Let Tony do her thing. Not that Tony doesn't have anything else to do, but.
Okay. All right,
All
more to
right.
follow.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
One more thing, Madam President.
Absolutely.
When we look at Rock Springs, let's just be cognizant that we are limited and we do need a really large room. So this will be an important topic, and we'll want to make sure our accommodations are okay. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Eric. All right, where'd Justin go? Oh, there. Thought you were hiding somewhere from us.
Short fellers can hide in plain sight. Okay, good morning. President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission. We're back this morning to finish. We've got 4 of our 10 regulations finished yesterday. However, we anticipate the next 6 should go a little bit quicker. Although, yesterday was really good discussion, so I'm glad we had it. It was worthwhile staying late. Wayne, if you could, you know where we stopped? Perfect. Okay, we will begin this morning with talking about Chapter 8, moose hunting seasons. Okay, again, so some high-level information on moose populations in Wyoming. So overall, moose populations have been fairly stable in the state, really for the last decade. While that's good news for the most part, we're not seeing continual declines. We do have a few localized damage concerns in some places, and that's in particular in southwest Wyoming, in our Green River region. One of the things, this is a little bit of old news, but I thought it was worth mentioning again this year still, was we're getting smarter and investing even more and more into estimating our moose populations. Estimating moose populations is not the easiest thing to do, just given the cover they live in and obviously the terrain. But starting 2 years ago, our Laramie region actually conducted a really extensive siteability survey. And again, that's one of those surveys where we try to estimate the total number of animals in a population. They try to count every animal they can within their survey blocks, and then they estimate the number of animals they missed based on habitat cover and terrain, things like that. So when that survey was flown, they found in the Snowy Range herd, it really kind of corroborated what managers thought, that moose were doing extremely well. It actually ultimately resulted in revising that population objective up, which we discussed last September. So that's a technique that's becoming increasingly valuable even in the moose world, and we may be looking to take that show on the road in some other herd units. One thing I would like to say with respect to just moose management in general is we really emphasize that the hunter contacts and the harvest data we get are really critical. There was a lot of comment yesterday about harvest surveys and concern that folks don't fill out harvest surveys. I'd like to remind everybody that, harvest surveys are a randomized survey. Just because some people doesn't fill them out does not change the accuracy of the estimate that results. It's just called sampling. But with respect to moose, we also like to collect biological data in addition to the harvest data. So we will pull teeth, age bulls, measure antler spreads, things like that. And that's to meet some secondary management objectives that many of these herd units have. So the general reasoning behind our moose hunting seasons is kind of really status quo. We're doing everything we can to still try to maintain high quality hunts, especially for these once in a lifetime licenses. Moose management in Wyoming across the state is very, very conservative. We issue, relatively few licenses relative to the number of licenses we could potentially issue, and that's really a function of trying to maintain not only high harvest success, but also to meet the expectations of those hunters that get these once in a lifetime licenses. You'll notice as we go through this, here are the statewide proposed changes for moose hunting seasons. And really, around the state, almost all of these changes were changes to accommodate the statutory requirements to meet the 90-10 residency split. So there was a lot of shuffling between regions, between hunt areas to get to that statewide roll-up where we were meeting that 90-10 requirement. So these little changes in, Cody and Sheridan region, a lot of those were just changes to accommodate that necessity. The only really intentional change behind moose management this year was our Lander region cut 5 moose licenses just based on lower harvest success, hunters having a harder time finding bulls in hunt areas 2 and 30. So I want to go over this just because as we get to the public comment summary, you'll notice that there were multiple comments in Chapter 8, and the same applied to Chapter 9 for our sheep and goat hunting seasons, where hunters were concerned based on what they were seeing or their interpretation that the 90-10 splits were not being met. So here's a breakdown of the total licenses proposed to be issued statewide. It would be 359 total licenses and 324 resident, 35 non-resident. So there's also a further breakdown by type 1 and type 4, and as you can see, those statutory residency splits are being met. Again, with relatively stable population trajectories, moose harvest if you look over the last 10 years, there was a slight decline from 2015 to 2017. Then it ticked upwards for a while, and it's been fairly stable when you look at the last 10 years as a whole. So with respect to that comment summary, I guess I already kind of touched on this. Most of the comments that were received with respect to Chapter 8 were concerned over the accuracy of those splits, but there were also multiple non-resident comments that came in expressing concern, given the 90-10 requirements, that non-residents, it's going to take them a long time and a lot of preference points to draw a license, and so that led to some frustration. So moving on to the regions, in the Jackson herd unit, Jackson region, the Jackson herd is actually below objective now. This is another moose herd that's been very conservatively managed for a long time. The managers there are seeing fairly good calf ratios at times, at least good enough to where they feel it should promote population growth, but they're just not seeing that response. And so they've engaged in some research to try to better understand things like cause-specific mortality, survival rates, and what's impacting that moose population. But in general, with their very conservative seasons, with just type 1, any moose licenses, they really receive no concerns. In the Pinedale region, the sublet moose herd is doing fairly well. This herd has a trend count objective of 1,500 moose. They're within that 20% threshold, so they're just at objective. Here, hunters have done fairly well over the last several years. They've experienced really high license success. There are really high bull ratios observed during their classification counts, and their average age of harvest has been 4.5 years old. And with their proposed seasons, again, very conservative seasons, only 5 antlerless moose licenses in the whole herd unit. There was good support for the proposal. Cody region, kind of the same thing. Both the Absaroka and the Bighorn herds are within objective, and pretty minimal changes proposed. Again, just to balance splits, and they've received pretty much public support. They haven't really ran into any issues either. In the Sheridan region, this is one of the other more sought after herds in the state, the Bighorn herd unit, which is actually hunt areas 1, 34, and 42, which is also in the Cody region. This moose population is stable. Here, there's been some minor adjustments in moose license allocation between the 3 hunt areas to distribute hunting pressure and just based on distribution of moose. The harvest metrics that they obtain in terms of tooth age and antler spread suggest that there's plenty of adult moose there to maintain that harvest. This herd's highly popular with wildlife watchers, especially up on the Tongue River and things like that. So those are considerations that the Sheridan region also makes when they're establishing quotas. But in general, there's been support for Sheridan's moose management. Green River region, all of the objective metrics in their herds are being met. So some of these herd units have non-traditional objectives. They're opportunity-based objectives where we're managing for over 5 years an average age of harvest to be 4 years old and older, and 40% of those bulls to be 5 years old or older. They are meeting those metrics in these herds, in both of their herds. They're seeing strong bull ratios and calf ratios in both the Lincoln and the Uinta herds. And they do have some type 4 licenses in place to address some damage in specific areas, mostly on irrigated fields. They've also received no concerns. The Laramie region, again, this is where the siteability survey was flown. This is the Snowy Range herd unit. There's a lot of interest in this herd unit. Some of the most coveted licenses in the state, hunt areas 38, 41, and 45. Moose are doing really well. Moose are doing well in Colorado, just to the south. The region essentially feels like, based on all the data they have, that additional opportunity is warranted. They try to balance that opportunity because this, along with the Bighorns herd unit, tends to see the bulk of the governor's licenses as well. And so they always keep that in mind when they're establishing quotas here. Both in the Snowy Range and in the Bighorn herd unit, there is some indication that moose are doing well enough. In some areas, there's actually concern that these populations may be at or just over carrying capacity based on browse of preferred willow species. But with the adjustments there and the quotas, there was an increase in some type 4 antlerless moose licenses. Some of that's to balance the splits, but it also to provide more opportunity in this herd unit with a population that's doing well, and no concerns were generated from the public. The Lander region is the only region that really had an intentional reduction in moose licenses, just based on hunters having a harder time filling those tags in recent years. So those hunt area 2 is hunted concurrently with area 30, and there was a reduction made there of 5 licenses, and no concerns were expressed by the public. So all in all, setting moose seasons was fairly smooth this year. And we made no changes subsequent to public comment, and therefore the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 8 moose hunting season regulations as proposed.
All right, thank you, Justin. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Madam President, I have a couple for the Jackson region, if I could ask.
Commissioner Roberts, would you like to have someone from the Jackson region come up?
Yes, please. Good morning. I got 3 specific questions. How does all of our area, moose area up there, it all buds around the park. How does that affect our moose compared to the one that what I'm kind of getting at is, do we have moose going in and out of the side of the park, or do they range that far? And how does that affect our count?
Thank you. Good morning, President Linval, Director Bruce, Commissioner Roberts. I'm Cheyenne Stewart. I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator in Jackson. Thank you for the question. In Jackson, yeah, we have moose in the whole region, and they do different behavior kind of where they are throughout the region. And so we've done some collaring efforts to get a pretty good idea of general movements. And we know that we have some moose that do go in and out of the park, and a lot of moose available outside of the park during hunting season and year long. We also have other moose kind of in the Stilson-Wilson area that may or may not be kind of available for harvest opportunity. So we do definitely have some interchange there, but I don't think that it has substantial impacts to our hunting season and hunting availability. One thing that we do hear a lot is from our hunting public is that moose are really hard to find during the hunting season in the Jackson region, and kind of what hunters are seeing in the field doesn't always align with what we're seeing on our surveys. And so we do have a collaring study out right now trying to answer a few questions. One is looking at this calf recruitment. We have really good calf ratios when we classify, but they don't seem to be recruiting in the population in a way we would expect to see population growth from. So we're looking at that, but we're also looking at distribution during the hunting season to maybe get partially at what you're talking about, but also maybe looking at habitat differences and how moose in our area maybe be selecting cover differently and make them more difficult to see and find during the hunting season. The last thing I'll add to that is we had a giant fire this year that absolutely affected moose habitat, and so we'll be going out this summer and following up to see how that could affect moose distribution moving forward. The fire was outside the park, but we have most of our moose harvest kind of comes from that area.
Thank you. And I was kind of curious, how is the access in Area 20? I mean, is it very difficult for hunters to find places to hunt there? I mean, that's pretty, to me, that's pretty right in the heart of a lot of residential type of maybe people that wouldn't want people hunting there. Do we have any problems with the access through there?
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. I have not heard complaints or concerns about that dynamic. So I'd have to look at our hunt area specific success rates. I just have it at the herd level in front of me. But I'm unprepared to answer that question specifically.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? You're gonna ask them. I was like all ready for it. All right, we don't have any public comment sheets. Anyone from the public, though, that's here this morning? Any questions or comments on moose season? Okay, seeing none, what is the pleasure of the commission on season setting for moose? Chapter 8.
I would move to move forward the moose hunting seasons as proposed by the department.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Roberts. Any discussion? Do we have a second?
I will second.
Commissioner Masterson seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You're opposed? Okay. I literally have not said the last thing to close the motion, so you can go for it, yeah. Wade, are you there? You need to unmute if you do hear us.
Oh, sorry, I'm waiting to comment on the upland game bird section.
Okay, wonderful. We'll catch you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Chapter 8 is done. Thank you. Let's move on to chapter 9. Sheep and goats.
Okay, Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. Chapter 9, bighorn sheep and mountain goat hunting seasons. We'll go ahead and start while Wayne's loading those slides. So bighorn sheep populations have also remained relatively stable across the state. We've even seen some of our populations performing a bit better, which is always a welcome piece of good news. In fact, in 2 herds, you'll see that we are proposing some intentional bighorn sheep herd reductions via proposed ewe lamb license issuance to manage these populations towards objective. There are very good reasons for that, and we'll get into that a bit later. So without exception, across our sheep herd units, we have high ram ratios, and our harvest success remains really, really strong. Again, these are populations that are very conservatively managed, recognize this is a once-in-a-lifetime license, and are trying to provide high harvest success for mature animals. The one, I guess, piece of bad news, at least in recent years that we've had, is we did have a couple years ago. It started in 2022, late 2022, and then another one occurred again in 2023, but we had a die-off in bighorn sheep due to a pneumonia outbreak in our Devil's Canyon herd. Unfortunately, we detected various respiratory pathogens in multiple collared animals that resulted in a lot of dead collared bighorn sheep, unfortunately. It's important to keep that in mind because that also frames some of the rationale behind the proposed management in Hunter Area 12. In general, it's been a little bit more of a mixed bag with mountain goat numbers. Our Jackson region in 2024, just this last year, they fly a survey in Hunter Area 2 every other year. They found far less animals, and in talking to some folks out on the ground, they corroborated the notion that mountain goat population may have been reduced significantly in Hunter Area 2. This is a survey they fly every other year, so there'll be more to come. Mountain goats are doing fairly well in the Beartooths, and they're at appropriate levels in the Absarokas in the Cody region. So in general, again, we're trying to maintain high quality sheep and mountain goat hunts where we have those opportunities. We are continuing to issue type 6 and 7 ewe lamb licenses with, as the commission has seen, some notable proposed increases this year. We are proposing to continue with the fairly novel Type 2 licenses. These are the less than 3/4 curl ram licenses. They were utilized in hunt areas 12, which is the Devil's Canyon herd, and area 17, which is the Ferris Seminole herd. They were used last year with really, really good success, and frankly, were pretty popular with sportsmen as well. So there's a proposal to increase or continue that. As with moose, there was various proposals to make minor changes to just accommodate the 90-10 residency splits. And at the end of the day, we feel like the proposed harvest is projected to mirror that of the past 5 years. So again, as we go around the state, similar with moose, most of I should say just one of the quota adjustments in hunt area 19 was to accommodate those splits. There's some intentional increase, especially with ewe lamb licenses in hunt area 17 and then also in hunt area 7, which is in the Grovant. Here's the breakdown of the residency splits. Total of 280 licenses, with 253 going to resident and 27 going to non-residents. So with that, because these populations have remained relatively stable, minus the Devil's Canyon herd, and some have even experienced some growth, harvest and license issuance has actually fluctuated somewhat significantly for the bighorn sheep world in Wyoming over the last 10 years. You can see harvest has increased, then dipped, and now increased again. Some of that is a function of ewe lamb license issuance and Type 2 license issuance, and the same goes for, the license issuance trends. So as we get into the public comment summary for Chapter 9, we received 30 total comments, 27 of them reference bighorn sheep issues and 3 with respect to mountain goat. There are various individual requests for adjustments to proposed quotas, like for example, a little concern expressed over the proposed quotas in hunt area 17. The same concerns were expressed by non-residents given the 90-10 statutory limitations on just the requisite preference points it will take to draw a sheep license and or just the number of licenses issued to non-residents for both sheep and goats. Again, concern over accuracy of those splits. There was a little bit of mention of the potential use of governors and super tag licenses, further reducing opportunity from the average sportsman. There's been overall really strong support for our ewe lamb license issuance and our Type 2 license issuance. And there were a couple requests for just longer sheep seasons, especially with respect to these once-in-a-lifetime licenses. So moving into the Jackson region, this is where some of the more significant changes were proposed. So first in the Grovant sheep herd, which is hunt area 7, there's some really compelling information that the managers have put together over the years where they have an established population objective of 400 sheep. And over time, as they've really looked into this, they've noticed that when sheep populations exceed that objective, that objective, kind of hit the sweet spot. So when sheep numbers exceed that objective, they tend to see declines in nutritional quality of ewes. But most importantly, that's when they have seen outbreaks of pneumonia occur. There's some density-dependent mechanism that's going on there with respect to sheep densities and habitat carrying capacity and those sorts of things, where they're more prone to getting pneumonia outbreaks when they exceed that objective. And so managers there feel like we can essentially kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can provide more opportunity. These ewe lamb licenses are really popular with the public. They're in really high demand, but we also need to reduce this herd and manage it towards that established objective. So you'll see that in the proposal later, and based on some public comments, we'll walk through that in a little bit more detail. Also in the Jackson region in their Targhee herd, which is hunt area 6, this is essentially the part of the Tetons that's open for hunting. There, it's been a really modest sheep hunt for a long time. In recent years, 2 any ram licenses have been issued. Their managers are proposing to reduce that issuance to just 1, and that's based on a couple things. First and foremost, the bulk, or I shouldn't say the bulk of the sheep, but a significant number of the sheep, about half they estimate, are really inaccessible to the public that are within that herd. So they go into the park, they can't be hunted there. So really, it's only sheep in the southern end of Area 6 that are actually available and accessible to hunters. And within that, the number of mature rams is fairly limited. And so that's what informed that proposal to try to reduce that, or to reduce that license issuance down to 1. The major concerns regarding the Jackson region proposals really centered on the proposed ULAM Type 6 licenses in Hunt Area 7. And really that's a function of a couple things. So there is some concern that it's just a high number of ULAM licenses issued. Our managers feel, again, that that's the appropriate license issuance to bring that herd toward objective. But there was also concern with the overlap of the initial proposed season, that it would overlap with the Type 1 season that's in place. And so we have all these ULAM licenses that are not restricted. They're not a license that requires preference points and subject to the once-in-a-lifetime limitation. And so the concern was we didn't want those folks competing with the Type 1 hunters out there on the landscape at the same time. So it's trying to just maintain the hunt quality for those Type 1 hunters. Moving on to the Pinedale region, their sheep are kind of just maintaining. It's been fairly status quo. In our Darby Mountain herd, which is basically in the Wyoming range, there's a long-term trend count objective of 65 sheep. Managers saw 79 this past year when they surveyed it. Ultimately, managers would prefer to actually issue more licenses here and provide more opportunity. The trouble is past hunters have had kind of a hard time filling licenses. There's been some unfilled licenses in recent years. The same applies to Hunt Area 8, which is up in the Wind River Mountains. It's really challenging terrain. Hunt Area 8 is actually part of our Whiskey Mountain herd, where they found 102 sheep in the area. Ultimately, it'd be nice to be able to provide more opportunity there as well, but they've had some hunters, even outfitted hunters, had a hard time finding sheep and filling licenses in recent years. So they will remain status quo with really conservative seasons in the region. In our Cody region, this is the Absaroka herd's the biggest sheep herd in the state. All in all, there's just been no concerns with the public. It's kind of on cruise control. There's been minor fluctuations in some of these areas. Sheep have done really well in recent years in Hunt Area 2. Hunters in Hunt Area 3 have struggled a little bit more, but all in all, in the herd unit, sheep are doing fine. In Area 12, which is again that Devil's Canyon area, that's where managers are proposing Type 2 licenses in addition to Type 1 to reduce ram ratios. And really, I guess now would be a good, I'll wait till we get to the Lander region, never mind. The Laramie region, region's also on cruise control. Bighorn sheep in the Laramie Peak area are doing well. They're providing excellent trophy opportunities. Hunters are harvesting really large rams and with high hunter success. Sheep have stagnated in the Platte Valley and in the Saratoga area, but they still feel like they can provide the conservative opportunity they have in the past. The Lander region, so this would be a good time to actually talk a little bit more about the Type 2 licenses. So this is, while they're also used in Area 12 in our Devil's Canyon herd, the Lander region really really got behind these type 2 licenses in the Ferris Seminole herd. And the intention there is this is a herd that's with really, really high ram ratios. It's our cleanest sheep herd in the state. It's performing very well. And when I say cleanest, I mean cleanest with respect to pathogens. So knock on wood, we have not had significant disease outbreaks in this herd, and they've been producing high lamb ratios. Hunter success has been excellent. Hunters have had a fairly easy time harvesting really nice quality mature rams. But bighorn sheep, as they grow, and as with these high ram ratios, we tend to see more of these forays of these young rams. It's just natural genetic instinct. Young rams are genetically programmed to wander. That's how they establish genetic diversity and establish new populations or interchange between populations. But as some of these rams leave, they can get into trouble. And by getting into trouble, they can have a high likelihood of coming into contact with domestic animals, which can then, unfortunately, promote disease. And then sometimes these young rams that foray will then return to their herd, and that's a good source of potential disease infection. So we more commonly see this the higher the ram ratios are. And so as we propose these type 2s or issue these type 2s, it does a couple things. It first and foremost provides more opportunity. We can't stockpile these sheep. The Ferris Seminole is a good example of a herd unit where we plug a lot of what we call pickup heads, or what folks would refer to as dead heads. It's just rams that, whether it's a shed hunter or a hiker or whomever out in the country just sees that dies from winter or disease or whatever. The Ferris Seminole is a good example where we plug a lot of those. So we have some sheep that are dying for various reasons. Thankfully, not due to any kind of disease outbreaks, but we can't stockpile these. So we can provide more opportunity, but yet we still need to maintain those expectations with the public for a high quality ram and a high harvest success. So these type 2 licenses allow us to target the younger aged animals while not overtly impacting the mature rams. And they've been really, really successful. So just in Area 17, this last year was the first year of it. Just to give you guys an idea, I think there was 217 applicants for this type 2 license, and it took anywhere from 15 to 26 preference points for folks to draw them. So it's been popular with the public, and we think this is an innovative management solution that we need to maintain. Also in the Lander region, now shifting gears to our Whiskey Mountain herd, which is up in the DuBois area, hunt areas 9, 10, and 22. Their managers are continuing their test and remove program. This has been kind of pilot work in Wyoming, but it's also being done in other states and Canadian provinces. And their managers are actually collaring, capturing sheep, and then testing them. And then if they have certain pathogens, specifically the mycoplasma pathogen, they will then lethally remove that animal. And the goal is to get rid of these what are deemed chronic carriers or potentially chronic shedders of these pathogens. And as they get removed from the population, the hope is that it will promote better survival. And right now, in Wyoming, well, in this whiskey herd, it's still preliminary. It's been going on for a couple years, but our Lander region feels like they're seeing positive response. They're seeing increased lamb ratios and better lamb recruitment. And I think the same can be said from what I'm told in other states and jurisdictions where it's being done. So it's an innovative approach. It's an expensive approach. It's not something we can do everywhere, but it's worth trying. This Whiskey Mountain herd has really been struggling for a long period of time. So with all these changes in the Lander region, in general, there's still really broad support. The Casper region, we could spend hours on. We have one license that's issued in the Casper region. This is the Elk Mountain herd south of Newcastle. This herd's managed in conjunction with South Dakota Game Fish and Parks. Our folks meet with them every year. and discussed this. Their license issuance has vacillated between 1 and 3, but it's remained conservative just due to what we think was a disease die-off that wasn't fully detected. With respect to mountain goats, mountain goat harvest license issuance has really fluctuated significantly over the past 10 years. Most of this beginning around, it looks like 2019, was due to the issuance of Type A licenses with an intentional reduction effort of mountain goats in the Tetons specifically, but also up in the Absarokas. The Cody region has tried to reduce mountain goat numbers in parts of the Absarokas to basically reduce competition with bighorn sheep and minimize disease transmission potential. There is a certain amount of risk with mountain goats transmitting disease to bighorn sheep populations. Mountain goat license issuance, there was an intentional reduction in the Jackson region. As we discussed earlier, when managers flew that survey in 2024, they found relatively few mountain goats, and also in conversations with hunters. While mountain goats don't require preference points, they are once-in-a-lifetime licenses, and so the Jackson region felt it'd be prudent to reduce the number of licenses in Hunt Area 1, just based on the potential that something may have happened there with a population reduction. The proposal statewide is to issue 29 total mountain goat licenses. These quota splits here reflect both Type 1 and Type 2 licenses combined. And I've essentially already gone through these, so I will skip these 2 slides. Now we'll go to changes based on public comment for Chapter 9. So the initial proposal for bighorn sheep in Hunt Area 7, and again, this is the Grovant herd, was with the ewe lamb licenses. So I won't present the Type 1 licenses because there were no changes made based on public comment to the Type 1s. But in order to minimize that competition and that with Type 1 hunters, to better distribute the ewe lamb hunters in space and time, managers originally proposed an August 1 to August 31 special archery date and a September 10 to October 15th regular season date with a quota of 40 licenses. And then there were more restricted limitations within that hunt area where those licenses were going to be valid. Based on public input and recognition of the need to separate the ewe lamb license hunters in space and time, while still balancing the need to reduce this herd towards the objective, again, to prevent disease outbreaks. Managers revised that proposal based on public comment and are now proposing a later archery date, so a special archery date of August 20th, closing on August 31st, and then a rifle season date or a regular season date on September 15th, closing on September 30th. Then they proposed to further increase that quota from 40 to 50. And that's born out of the recognition that changing these dates and also, well, I should say before I get into that, they also changed the limitations to actually increase the part of Area 7 where these licenses are valid. And that is to better distribute the ewe lamb harvest throughout the hunt area, because managers didn't want those folks to just target the easy, say, roadside sheep or things like that. They want it, because it's true population management we're talking about, they wanted that harvest spread out within all the different segments of that herd. So because of all of those factors, they also proposed to increase that quota to 50, because some hunters may or may not be able to fill that license. And if they're anticipating slightly reduced success because of the more restricted season dates, this should ensure they're obtaining the harvest they need. So then, following that, and just along those same lines, the second line of Hunt Area 6 from November 1 to November 15th. They also added a part of Area 6 to that limitation to allow those licenses to be valid later in the season when sheep distribution changes. So with that, that's all I have. The department would recommend the commission adopt Chapter 9 Bighorn sheep and mountain goat hunting season regulations as proposed.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission regarding Chapter 9? Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I do have a question of Deputy Chief, if I may. There was one slide you had up, and it was about, I can tell you, it was your page 93. It's Bighorn sheep hunt area in Pinedale region. And what I'm confused about is, here's what confuses me. So it looks like the numbers of sheep observed are good, right? I mean, they look pretty good. Okay, so, but then we say low harvest success means we're going to continue to be conservative in license issuance. I'm not tracking the connection between low harvest success means we're going to be conservative in going forward. If the numbers are healthy, why are we, and we're not harvesting well, for lack of a better term, why are we continuing in a conservative license path? And there's something real fundamental I'm missing, because I'm just not tracking that.
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, essentially the Darby Mountain herd, and I'd ask Brandon Skurlock to come up in case I missed something, but the Darby Mountain herd is a very small bighorn sheep herd that occurs over a very vast expanse. Sheep can wander in a wide range within the Wyoming range. They do localize in part of it, but it's really big country with very, very low densities of sheep. And so at times it just can be more challenging for hunters to find those sheep. And it's a very sought after license. I believe it takes max preference points. So again, it's just, it goes along with that dogma that we've been operating under, where we're continually trying to ensure very high harvest success for these once in a lifetime licenses. I think to your point that there's likely the number of rams there that could sustain more than one license, but the probability of having more unsuccessful hunters would go up with the more licenses we issue.
Anything else from the commission before we move to public comment?
I don't see most of these people here because they all spoke yesterday. They may be online now, so
Okay.
I should ask.
So let's see if these folks are here or they might be online. Brian Taylor? Some of these spoke yesterday. Okay, let's go ahead and let Brian speak then. Go ahead and unmute Brian. Say that again?
Am I online?
You are. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I have concerns over Area 7, the U hunt. I feel like there's too many, it's such a drastic change from last year. It went from 10 initially proposed to 40 this year. Now it's up to 50. Also have a concern over that season conflicting with these once in a lifetime ram hunters as far as how that season structure is proposed. I feel if it's just basically a removal hunt to lower numbers, we should have that hunt be in November, not conflict with the once in a lifetime ram hunters opportunity in any way. And the argument about archery hunting, if it's a removal hunt, to lower numbers. If they want to use archery equipment, that is fine. But if we're just trying to reduce numbers, the best method to use to do that is with a rifle, and in November, where you can effectively remove animals. And those are my comments. Thank you. And I wish I could be there in person, but I had to get home.
Understandable. Thank you, Brian. Trey Heiner? Is he online? He was, again, another one that was here yesterday. Okay. Okay. Logan Hedges? Logan online? Okay. Go ahead and unmute Logan if you can hear us. Logan, if you're there, if you'll unmute. We have to come back to that one too. Okay, we'll come back to him as well. Dustin Child. Online. All right, Dustin, if you're there, could you unmute, please?
Hello?
Dustin, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission. My name's Dustin Child, owner of Trophy Mountain Outfitters. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Wish I could be there in person, but like Brian, I had to get home last night. So we had a late night drive, but I appreciate this opportunity today to speak. My comment is also on the proposed hunt in Area 7. I take anywhere from 2 to 5 sheep hunters each season. There's 12 ram tags that are usually issued in the area. And we take, from a quarter to a third, sometimes almost half of them. I guide those hunters. And I've hunted sheep in Area 7 for nearly 30 years, started guiding hunters there in the late 90s and continue till today. These ram licenses, as you know, they're once in a lifetime. These guys are spending upwards of 25 preference points. So almost a quarter of a century, these guys they're accumulating these points. It's taken a long time to draw the license, really sought after. It's once in a lifetime. We put a lot of talk into deer and elk hunting and antelope hunting. The special thing about a moose or, a sheep license is we don't get a second chance. When these hunters come out and hunt and draw this license, they get it or it's done. There's not a do-over, a mulligan on these. Where we guide quite a few of these hunters and help them get their sheep, most of these guys are residents that come with us. A lot of them will hunt, a few times the first couple of weeks or something on their own. If they're not able to accomplish and get a ram, they'll contact us. And I love sheep hunting. It's a passion of mine. And so I like helping these guys and trying to help them get a ram. But Area 7 is consistently one of the lower ram harvest success units in the state. It's generally around a 60% harvest, which there's years it's higher, but generally it's really low harvest success on rams compared to like some of the other units, 2, 3, 4, 5. They seem to have a higher harvest success. And part of that reason I feel is it's not a lack of rams there. It's a lack of terrain. The areas that we're able to have a really good chance of harvesting these rams is fairly small. So the hunters are, we're kind of forced into a smaller area where we have a legitimate chance. Although there's a few rams throughout the unit that you can find, but your best chances is in a lot smaller area. So because the pressure that these rams feel, what I see over the years, they go to the timber, and they live in the timber. It's not that they're not there. They're just really hard to hunt. And as we hunt them throughout the season, you kind of have to treat them like fine china. You just cannot keep hunting them. They can't keep seeing a a hunter up there on the ridge or human presence. It's not even hunters, just a human presence up there. You know, they wind you, they see you, they blow into the timber, and it's a couple weeks before they'll come back out, at least the mature rams. And, you know, a guy that spent 25 years trying to come out, get a sheep tag, most of these guys are targeting a mature ram. They're not wanting to shoot a 3-4-year-old ram. They're looking for something, you know, our target ram is an 8-year-old and older ram. So what our goal is, that's what we're trying to target. So Area 7 is a very small unit. My concern is with the increase of 40 sheep U licenses going from 10 up to 50, is going to put that many more hunters in the area. And I have to commend the department for working with me. The reason for that proposal is me and some other comments that they changed some of the season from the original proposal in March. So I thank them for that. But I still feel with that overlapping those U hunters, especially with the archery, I'd like to kind of reiterate what Brian commented on. And I've talked to several members of the department on this about the archery hunt. Why offer an archery U hunt? And they have told me that this license is a reduction license. It's not an opportunity hunt. This hunt is to reduce use, and it's a management hunt. So I can't really understand why we're going to allow an archery season for 10 days, August 20th to August 31st, when rifle ram season's going on. If this is an opportunity hunt, yes, but they've told me this is not. This is a management hunt. It's a reduction hunt. So I think that archery, allowing the opportunity for 50 U hunters to come into that area and be on the mountain during that time is, if there's any ram hunters out there, it's really going to reduce their opportunity. I also, I would like to see, I worked with several of the biologists, and I asked them, I said, the prime time, if I'm going to hunt a sheep, and I've hunted a lot of them in there, me and my guides, it's going to be from the opening day till about the middle of October. That is prime time. That's your best time. The problem that I have with the season as proposed on the rifle hunt is I always have ram hunters between the 15th and 30th of September. That's a great time to harvest a ram. And I just feel having that opening U hunt right there is going to put enough hunters on the mountain that it's going to have a conflict with those ram hunters. My suggestion and to the department was to push that U opener back for rifle season to the 15th of October. I agree with Brian. Ideally, I would like to see it go all the way to the 1st of November so there was no overlap between the U and the ram hunt. That would be the ideal situation. If we're not able to accommodate that October 15th opener for the rifle U hunt would be more ideal than as it is right now. And the reason is because usually I've watched these rams and hunt them for a long time. The latter part, the middle of October, them rams just start to pull down and migrate to lower elevations. They also go into the lower elevations. They're in the timber. They're harder to hunt. Just naturally, that's where they're living. It's a lot harder to harvest a mature ram generally, and it can be done. I'm not saying always, but generally it's harder to harvest a mature ram the last 2 weeks of the season than it is anytime in September. The majority of the rams that are harvested in that latter 2 weeks of October are usually, not always, but usually smaller rams. Hunters, they're giving it one last go. They're coming down there. Them rams are lower, at a lower elevation. And, they're just taking a 4 or 5 year old ram, whatever they can find, so they not eat their tag and punch their tag and get an opportunity at a ram. But I'm asking the commission for two things to wrap this up. One, I ask that we do away with the archery season of that U hunt in Area 7. That's what I'm asking you, number one. And number two, I ask that you push the rifle opener at the very least back to October 15th. Ideally, November 1st would be ideal. If we have to make a compromise here, that October 15th rifle opener for use, I feel, and I've hunted this a lot, would be more ideal and a better, it'd be less conflict with these once in a lifetime ram hunters. Thank you for your time. And if you have any comments, I'm open. Or
Thank
questions.
you. Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, thank you, sir. Jaden Bales. Jaden, Jaden Bales, Bales.
I don't see him. He was here yesterday.
Again, another one that might be online. He was here yesterday. All right, don't see him at all. All right. All right, let's try the two again that were online, Trey and Logan. You don't see either one of those online? Logan Hedges. Trey Heiner. Logan is online. All right, Logan, if you can hear us, can you please unmute? Logan Hedges. All right, and you said Trey's not online either? Okay. All right, let me know if you hear anything from either one of those gentlemen as well. All right, it looks like we have one more from Katie Cheeseborough. There we go.
All right, President Lumval, members of the commission, Director Bruce, good morning. Congratulations on getting through yesterday. I didn't do that on purpose, Justin.
Katie, I know you well enough.
I did not. I am so sorry. Well, on that note, bighorn sheep, man. Just thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I really appreciate the excellent discourse we've had over the past day and today. I really appreciate the excellent discussion we've heard from the department, the commission, and the public. And it's really a testament to the passion people have for Wyoming's amazing wildlife resources. As you heard from the department's presentation, bighorn sheep are an incredibly complex species to manage and conserve due to their really small numbers, their very specific habitat needs, their susceptibility to disease, and their extreme popularity as a species to both hunt and simply see on the landscape. As Commissioner Masterson so eloquently pointed out in our deer season discussions, the department has the very difficult task of balancing both the biological science and disease dynamics of a species with the socioeconomic needs and political realities when managing bighorn sheep. Now, I fully respect everything that's been said here today. As the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, we care a lot about our outfitters and what they do, and it's important what they do. And a once-in-a-lifetime ram tag is like everybody's white whale, what I wouldn't give. And so understanding those pressures and needs when it comes to that once-in-a-lifetime tag is totally understandable. And Dustin, I appreciate your comments. But as the director for Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, I represent all sheep hunters and the future of our sheep hunters and sheep conservation. And so in the face of disease and potential catastrophic all-age bighorn sheep die-offs, it's really imperative that our wildlife managers have as many science-based management tools available to them as possible to ensure the health of our herds into the future. And when we talk about a pneumonia outbreak, we're talking, it doesn't just kill the ewes, it doesn't just kill the lambs, it kills those trophy rams as well. So if, for example, in Area 7, the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation has invested a lot of money into research for decades that shows that once the population in Area 7 reaches between 450 and 500, there tends to be an all-age die-off, and that kills those trophy rams as well. And so that's not good for people who are looking for a trophy ram. That's not good for the outfitters, and that's not good for the future of the sheep because it takes them a really long time to reestablish. So the culmination of years of research has resulted in these management recommendations that include both U-harvest and then the test and remove that we heard about in the whiskey herd. And it's really important, especially in the Jackson herd, they're trying to manage a disease that's already endemic to that herd. And then the Seminoferris, you're looking to proactively protect those sheep from getting disease. So that's why we are here to support the recommendations of the department. I would also like to point out how carefully your department staff are monitoring these populations in response to these management tools. They're being adaptive and responsive to conditions on the ground, as well as communicating these outcomes with the public. Mr. Childs did a great job of discussing how he's worked with the biologists, and you can see from the changes in seasons that they're really trying to accommodate what's going on here. And lastly, the opportunities these U-tags and type 2 hunts are creating are really exciting to those who may be new to sheep hunting and to our youth. Given the bighorn sheep point creep situation, the likelihood of myself or my kids ever drawing a ram license when we are able-bodied are really slim, and that's kind of sad. These types of management tags make it possible for a new generation of hunters to experience sheep hunting and inspire future bighorn sheep conservation. So with that, I ask you guys to support the department's recommendations, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. All right, any more public comment or anything online? Okay, Jaden, if you're there, could you unmute, please? Jaden, are you there?
Yep. All right. I think I'm here.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Good morning, President Limbaugh, members of the commission, and Director Bruce. Apologize for hopping on so late here, but just a little thrown out of whack with our schedule change here. I would like to comment in support of these U seasons, in particular in the Jackson region. I was a lucky recipient of one of those U tags in 2023 and had an awesome hunt going up there to find ewes up on the Grovant. And statistically speaking, that was kind of my shot at a bighorn sheep tag. And I think it's a good opportunity, like since the science says that we can offer some ewe hunts to give people who maybe not have a sheep hunt opportunity the chance to do that and get involved with sheep conservation. So I think if we can keep more hunters engaged in that process, like engaged in the conservation of sheep, they also will turn around and realize there's other ways that they can get involved. And I think that's really important. Furthermore, there were a ton of sheep up there on that plateau, and especially with the area size extension, I think that there's plenty of space up there for people to spread out. And I think it's a pretty physical hunt, but it takes you to put some pretty cool places. So I would just hope that the commission accept the proposed regulations as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Any other public comment? All right, Justin, anything from the department based on those public comments?
President Limbaugh, I don't have anything, but I would ask, since a lot of those comments focused on the Jackson region, if they have any response.
President Limdahl, Director, Commissioners, I don't know if I have anything specific. It sounds like there may be some questions that we'd be happy to answer. I guess given the opportunity, there are maybe a couple things I would reiterate. One is that this is a good problem to have. And so what we're seeing in this herd is that our objective is really appropriate based on those disease dynamics and density dependence issues that we're having, and that when we manage towards those numbers, this population wants to grow. And that means more opportunity, healthy, fat sheep, lower disease rates, high pregnancy rates, high lamb survival rates. So this is not a one and done. We're going to keep having these conversations and make sure we're doing the best population management can forever over time moving forward. And so it's a good problem to have. And if we can prevent a disease die-off, it does help keep opportunity for those once-in-a-lifetime license availability. And so we are very sensitive to that, the uniqueness and importance of preserving a good opportunity for once-in-a-lifetime licenses while also trying to maintain them over time by having good population management. So I also will just add, we have had a lot of engagement in this process with most of the people, if not all of the people that you've heard from today, and even the people that were here yesterday that you weren't able to hear from today. And the reason I bring that up is because we just really appreciate those conversations throughout our process. So in your application, in our proposal, you'll see multiple changes, 2 kind of iterations of this season. To come up with the 2 that are in your packets, we went through about 18, and there are probably 18 more. So the point being, there are a lot of ways to try to strike this balance. And at the time that we submitted those proposals, that was kind of the best opportunity that we arrived at that time. There are, again, multiple iterations to make this happen, but it is very important that we get that ewe harvest. For context and maybe more specificity, if we anticipate if we harvest about 30 ewes, we will stabilize, and that doesn't get us reducing to objective. And so that's a little context of how, with a reduction of season length of 39 days, we wanted to increase the quota to make sure we're getting sufficient harvest so that we don't kind of lose the reins and walk into a disease concern. So I'm happy to stand for questions along with benefit or whatever, however you see appropriate. And thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely, thank you. Questions for the committee?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question. Let's go back to Area 6 real quick. 1 ram reduction, it's my understanding that the reason we're reducing that, because I couldn't find where we have a count on that, where we're reducing it is because it's hard to hunt. So what do I care if it's hard to hunt? If they want to hunt a ram, they're going to hunt a ram.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioner Roberts, thank you for the question. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to that because that is not the rationale for the reduction. The rationale for the reduction is our count data, our survey data. So we fly that herd every year. Last year, as you can imagine, in some years, weather conditions when we have the ship in Jackson are not safe to fly over the Teton Range. And so in 2023, we were unable to fly that herd, so we missed a year. This last year, we were able to get a very comprehensive survey and a really good count, standard to our normal operating procedures. And we counted in that southern herd. So, and Justin spoke to this, that herd basically has 2 segments, a northern segment and a southern segment, roughly 50-50 split. That northern segment, yes, it's hard to hunt. Often those sheep are unavailable because they're in Grand Teton during the hunting season, and we don't get harvest out of that herd segment. In the southern herd segment, where we get all of our harvest, we counted 39 sheep, and of those, there were 12 rams. Only 6 of them were greater than 3/4 curl. And so as we're thinking long-term, as rams recruit into kind of trophy class and providing opportunity for once-in-a-lifetime hunters, we felt it would be appropriate to try to maintain that opportunity in consequent years rather than have higher harvest this year, which might result in even further limited opportunity in future years. The other piece of that is we are pretty confident that those 2 herd segments are genetically isolated from each other. So if we continue to put harvest pressure on that southern segment, we do want to ensure that we have good genetic variability and viability moving forward.
Let me get this straight. So we counted the southern rams, but we didn't count the northern rams, or we count the whole? So we don't really know what we have north?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, President, Commissioner. We count all of them. So in the herd this year, we counted 80 bighorn sheep. That's down from our normal counts of 100. So 3 years ago, we had around 100. We skipped a year because of weather conditions. This last winter, we were at 80 for the herd unit. Of that, the southern segment is where we counted 39. And so we count and classify the entire herd.
Thank you.
Other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you very much for the information. All right, what is the commission's pleasure regarding Chapter 9?
Come surprise, I have a motion. I know you're surprised, but I would move that we move on Area 7 on the type, on the U tag, that we move it back to October 15th and close it November 15th, and that there'll be no archery season. And that I also would move in that same thing that, well, strike that. I'll move just for the season dates being moved from October 15th start to November 15th as a closure on the U, and that there'll be no archery season. That's my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission?
Madam Chair, can I, it sounds like there's 3 parts to that motion, and Commissioner, would you, short words, small sentences for me?
Pictures.
Can you tell me, just walk me through which ones you're doing?
And I don't know, what the pleasure is to break those 2 motions up, but the one motion would be to start the U hunt October 15th to November 15th. If it's basically, if we're looking at deprivation, to just basically reduce that. I think there's plenty of opportunity for folks that want to really get out there and enjoy that U hunt, like I said, but I do think that it's a concern. The bighorn ram tag is such a special thing in the state of Wyoming that you get a once in a lifetime at it, and if you've got a whole bunch of folks up there running around, and I'm convinced that them rams probably do run into the timber and they never see them again. And so that would be my first motion, is to put the October 15th start date, November 15th closer date. And also my second motion would be is I don't believe we need an archery hunt in that area. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or discussion on that motion? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So you're speaking, Commissioner Roberts, as to Area 7, Type 6, striking the archery, right?
Yes.
And then moving the dates from September 10th to October 15th and changing it to be October 15th to November 15th, correct?
Yes.
And the goal being to let the Type 1 hunters make sure they have an exclusive opportunity without other people in the field to get their trophy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm tracking.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any other discussion from the commission?
Madam President,
Yes.
I've got a question, I guess, with the department, or to the department with, I like Commissioner Robertson's proposal or his motion, but how would that affect, I understand striking the archery season, but how would that affect the language in the first line of the type 6? And then the second line in relation to where the eligibility or availability of where to hunt within those given areas? What's the recommendation from the department on that?
President Linval, Commissioner Haskell, so should Commissioner Roberts' motion pass, the recommendation would be to strike the entire first line of Area 7 Type 6, then move down to the second line of Area 7 Type 6 and just simply change the opening date of the regular season from November 1 to October 15, and then maintain the limitations that already exist in the second line of the Type 6, and then we would just simply move the parenthetical residency split language down. And as Cheyenne pointed out, also the quota.
Is that recommendation feasible for the motion that was made? Okay. Any other discussion based on that motion?
Madam Chair, a question for the department. Does the proposed motion jeopardize your goal for reducing that population?
President Limbaugh, Director, Commissioner Masterson, thank you for the question. I guess for a little context, the reason we had the gap of the last 2 weeks and the type 1 was to accommodate type 1 hunters with our season structure from last year. And so I think without a reduction in the number of days, I do think we would still be able to accomplish our goals under that proposal.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay? Any abstaining? All right, motion passes as amended. All right, chapter 9 is complete. Anybody ready for? Oh yeah, so do we need to do the whole chapter since we didn't break that one up, Mike? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So we need a vote then on the entire chapter 9 with amendments made. Do we have that motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Sorry, any discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, chapter 9 is good to go. Thank you very much. Need a little break, is everybody okay?
Sorry, I'm still picking up the pieces of my
Madam
life after
President.
Katie.
Madam President, if we can make sure that Commissioner Jolovich is fully in tune with Chapter 11.
Yes, we are
This is-
preparing for a very important chapter.
This is a very important chapter to one of the commissioners. So treat it very well, okay? Thanks.
Yes, as we move forward with this very personal chapter to a certain commissioner. Although I've heard he may be turning it over to one of the newer commissioners this year. All right, moving ahead, chapter 11.
Okay, President Linval, Director Bruce, members of the commission, on to chapter 11, upland game, bird, and small game hunting seasons. So with respect to this chapter, the department received 60 formal public comments. Really, they can be compartmentalized into two major themes, and that was there was substantial opposition to the proposed falconry season length reduction for sage grouse. It's fair to say the vast majority of the proposed the opposition to this came from non-resident falconers, although there was a resident falconer or two. There was also multiple comments expressing support for going back to a February 28th closure for chukar and gray partridge. So I'll just go through the actual proposed changes within the regulation. So just to start, in section 3 for sage grouse seasons, the proposal is to change the opening date from September 21st to the 20th. That coincides with the third Saturday of September. That's tradition. It's the seasons that we've set for sage grouse for the past couple decades, really. For the remainder of upland game birds and small game, there were no changes outside of, proposed changes, I should say, outside of pheasants and the falconry seasons. So back to section 3. With respect to pheasant seasons, there was just very minor date changes. So in Hunt Area 2, which is like our Ocean Lake area by Riverton, those changes are just made to close on a Sunday, again, based on just traditional season dates. And then Hunt Area 8, which is our Springer unit, is to open, which I believe is a Saturday, and then to also then close on November 14th. And the rationale for that is to close prior to the goose season opener, which is a big deal in that part of the world. Continuing in section 3, other minor date changes were made with respect to pond number 1 and Table Mountain area, is to move that closure from November 15th to the 14th. In section 5 with the Springer dates to again just augment those dates to reflect weekend time periods. Same with section 6 in the Glendo pheasant hunt. That's moving youth days to Sundays within November. And then in section 7, again, just minor date changes. The most significant change proposed in chapter 11 is to our falconry seasons for sage grouse. So falconers have been able to take sage grouse up to March 1. In the past, the proposal is to change the falconry season dates from September 1 and close them on January 31st. And really, that concludes the proposed changes in section 11. However, I'd like to give a little rationale for the falconry season closure, or well, moving the closing date. And really, this is born out of data that we have and some science. So basically, based on the harvest survey that we obtain, so falconers that take sage grouse, when take means pursue and or harvest, that take sage grouse, they are required by regulation to fill out a harvest survey. Based on that survey data, 95% of the hunter days and 97% of the harvest of sage grouse from falconers has occurred prior to January 31st over the last 5 years. And if you go into the last 10 years, it's 97% of the hunter days and 99% of the harvest has occurred prior to January 31. And really, our rationale with respect to the biology of the bird is twofold. So while we recognize falconry take is not a huge endeavor in Wyoming, there are not a lot of sage grouse harvested by falconers in Wyoming. There is potential for disruption to sage grouse during the depths of winter. And sage grouse, certainly in parts of the state where sage grouse form large wintering flocks, we actually call these winter concentration areas. They could be much more susceptible to harvest or just disturbance. The one thing our harvest survey does not encapsulate, there's no measure of disturbance to birds. So we don't necessarily know how many times birds are potentially getting flushed. In some case, falconers use dogs in conjunction with their falcons to flush birds. So we would just like to do everything we can to protect sage grouse in their wintering concentration areas during the depth of winter. This also coincides with other upland game closing dates. Right as of now, chukar and Hungarian partridge still close on January 31st. That's when we close our elk seasons across the state. It just coincides with a lot of other wildlife-related closures. And then also importantly, a recent analysis was done by Dr. Beck, and Dr. Beck analyzed GPS collar sage grouse movements across at least 5, if not more, studies that have all been done in Wyoming. Over the course of Dr. Beck's career, he's participated in a lot of sage grouse research. So these collared birds have shown very clear movements in the month of February towards leks. And by late February, a lot of these birds are in close proximity to the leks. And I should define a lek. A lek is the breeding ground where sage grouse mate. They go to these same leks year after year. They exhibit a lot of fidelity to those leks. And so the secondary goal, well, I should say the primary goal is to avoid that potential disturbance and or harvest in any proximity near a lek. So that's really the basic rationale, and that's all I have for Chapter 11. And with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 11 upland game bird and small game hunting season regulations as proposed.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, if I may, Deputy Chief, I've been scrambling to find when the falconry date closure was. I know you're now proposing it at the end of January, but what was it before that?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, it's closed on March 1st.
March 1st, thank you.
All right, we have some public comment. Wade Epperson. Go ahead and
Yes.
unmute for us. All right, Wade, we can hear you.
Yes, Madam President, Director, and members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I apologize for my previous disruption. My name is Wade Epperson, and I hold a bachelor's degree in wildlife conservation biology from the University of California, Davis, with over 25 years in environmental consulting and natural resource management. I'm here to advocate for extending the chukar hunting season. I want to start by reminding the commission that chukar and gray partridge are introduced exotic game birds. They were originally established in Wyoming specifically to provide hunting opportunities for hunters. These birds are highly linked to dense patches of cheatgrass, which is also an invasive species, rapidly expanding across the West. I would argue that the birds have naturally expanded their range alongside the expansion of cheatgrass, given their status as introduced species tied to an invasive plant, managing them primarily for the recreational hunting opportunity they were introduced to provide remains a key objective. The department's position, as you heard, is not to propose extending the partridge season this year. This is based on several concerns stemming from the 23 season extension. These concerns included public outcry claiming breeding behavior disruption based on anecdotal observations of pairing in February, unknown potential impacts to populations, increased hunter presence on big game winter ranges, the potential for increased harvest success on pairing birds, and the implication of Wyoming having the latest upland season in the West, potentially attracting more non-resident hunters. I want to address these points within the context of 3 core principles that I believe support extending the chukar hunting season. First, A fundamental principle in upland game bird management is compensatory mortality. Natural factors like extreme weather, habitat degradation, and high predation rates account for the majority of annual mortality in these birds, often at incredibly high rates, as studies consistently show. Regulated hunting harvest is generally compensatory. What this means is that hunter harvest often replaces deaths that would have occurred naturally rather than significantly adding to overall mortality. Studies further confirm you cannot effectively bank bird numbers year after year against these prevailing natural mortality factors, which are difficult or impossible to overcome through harvest manipulation alone. By allowing hunters to harvest a portion of the population, we are not necessarily increasing the total number of birds that die annually. Instead, we are providing valuable hunting opportunity and satisfaction, a core part of the Game and Fish mission, by allowing hunter harvest to replace some of the natural mortality, thus converting a natural loss into recreational gain. Second, consider our approach to hunting other game species in Wyoming and the timing of breeding. We hunt spring turkey, elk, moose, pronghorn, whitetail, and spring bear during their respective breeding seasons. This precedent demonstrates that regulated hunting during periods of breeding activity is compatible with sustainable management when seasons are set appropriately. While early pairing was a concern, particularly for gray partridge, chukar typically begin pairing later, generally in March, making a February season less disruptive to their primary breeding cycle. Applying a different, more restrictive standard solely based on early pairing for chukar seems inconsistent with how we manage other game animals in our state. The concern about increased harvest success on partridge that have begun to form breeding pairs is mitigated by later pairing of chukar and, importantly, the self-regulated behavior of dedicated hunters. Finally, the number of hunters pursuing these birds in late season is relatively small, and as dedicated hunters, we often self-regulate our efforts. Many of us avoid targeting single birds and pairs later in the season, preferring to hunt healthy populations. I personally focus my late winter upland hunting efforts primarily on chukar. After traveling to, I often travel to the vast Bighorn Basin, an area consisting of 14 million acres with 63% public land. This sheer scale provides an economy of scale, minimizing the overall impact while increasing human presence on big game winter ranges is a consideration. The dispersed nature of hunting these birds by a small number of individuals over vast landscapes means the presence is likely minimal compared to the overall recreational activities or even early season hunting pressure. The concern about increased potential harvest pressure as this extension resulted in Wyoming having the latest open partridge hunting season overlooks that the actual number of late season hunters is constrained by weather, accessibility, and hunter interest, regardless of being the absolute latest season. Extending the chukar hunting season perhaps to February 15th, as successfully managed in Utah, would provide valuable additional recreational opportunities for upland hunters, further the Game and Fish mission, and contribute to the state's economy with minimal additional impact on the overall chukar population. This is due to several key factors: compensatory mortality, chukar's late breeding cycle, which doesn't begin until late April or early May, roughly 2 months after my proposed February 15th end date, and their status as introduced birds linked to invasive habitat. Thank you for considering these points. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
I have to.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Chuckers eat cheatgrass?
Primarily, yes, they eat a lot of cheatgrass. They almost, specifically, in the spring, on south-facing slopes, wind-blown slopes, the cheatgrass starts to mature or starts to grow. Actually, it starts to grow over winter, so it's like a winter wheat. But it starts to grow, and they'll consume almost entirely cheatgrass over winter and late winter and early spring.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Kaufman. Oh, is that the one we
yeah.
passed? Okay, we've read that. Oh, it's a subdivision. All right, we have your statement in writing, Mr. Kaufman, which we've passed along to the other commissioners. But if you are online, did you want to comment on it at all? If you do, you need to unmute your microphone.
I can't right now. I'll just have to rely on that. Thanks. I'll listen in though.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments on chapter 11? Thank you. Yep, that was Wade, that was just on there. Anything else from the department? No? Okay, what is the commission's pleasure on chapter 11? Anybody?
Madam President, I have a question for Justin. What I saw earlier in upland game bird and support for extending chucker and gray partridge seasons into February. What's the season ending date now, the end of February for both?
Madam President, Commissioner Jelovich, chucker and gray partridge seasons as of now close January 31st.
So my question is, after listening to Wade, what would be wrong with running chucker longer?
Well, so really, the genesis of this was chucker seasons were extended into February, to the end of February in 2023.
Right.
That was the first time in Wyoming they've ever gone that late. Last year at this time, there was significant public input and concern expressed regarding that season extension. The concern was largely in opposition to the February 28th closure. There was some mixed support for a February 15th closure, but the bulk of the comments wanted to go back to a January 31 closure. The department also has some concerns with the February 28th closure proposal or a February 15th closure proposal, and I could go through those if you'd like me to.
I'm going to say if the department has concerns with it, that's good enough for me.
Any other comments from the commission? Seeing none, what is the commission's pleasure on chapter 11? He's not doing it.
Madam Chair, I'd move departments recs on this.
All right. We have Commissioner Mai with a motion. Any further discussion on chapter 11? Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I will second. I wanted to quickly comment about the requested change to the falconry. I've read and considered the comments that were made. I appreciate them. When it comes to sage grouse, I have a hair trigger. And when I hear about a risk of disturbance, not take, but disturbance, to activity around a lek and what you called the winter concentration areas, that's enough for me. And that's why I hear the request to leave it as is, but I've got to defer to the concerns about the sage grouse. So with that, I would second the motion.
All right, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes to accept Chapter 11 as proposed.
Thank you.
All right, so we shouldn't have to do one then on that one, right, Mike? Just no amendments, okay. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're gonna do a little bit of shuffling to the agenda. We will be moving, when we get back, we'll be tabling the other chapters of season setting, and we'll be moving to number 13 and discussing bighorn sheep for a little bit. So 5-minute break, and then we'll be back. We're gonna be jumping to item number 13. Informational presentation about the Sweetwater Rocks bighorn sheep reintroduction. All right, go ahead, sir.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Director Bruce. So as you just pointed out, we're going to jump to item number 13, an update on the Sweetwater Rocks sheep introduction. And Daryl Lutz will be doing this presentation, so I will turn it over to him.
Thanks, Madam President, Director Bruce, Commission, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today about a proposal or an idea to reintroduce bighorn sheep to the Sweetwater Rocks. And it's great to see that we've got area landowners and permittees as well as other folks in the room to speak to this issue for you today. I last updated the commission about this assessment that I'm going to talk to you about, this assessment to reintroduce bighorn sheep in January of 23. So a little bit of water's flowed under the bridge. So it was time to talk to you again and let you know where we're at with the assessment to do this reintroduction, or this idea of doing a reintroduction. Wrong button, bud. So just as a little bit of background with the Sweetwater Rocks are what we commonly refer to this area as the Sweetwater Rocks. On a map, it's the Granite Mountains, right? And it's that country north and east of Jeffrey City and north and northwest of Muddy Gap along the Sweetwater River. Bighorn sheep were native to the Sweetwater Rocks. They were extirpated in the early 1900s. From there, the Game and Fish Departments reintroduced our whiskey bighorn sheep into the Sweetwater Rocks in the middle part of the 20th century, in the 1940s and 50s. Those sheep persisted in the Sweetwater Rocks basically through the 1980s and pretty much winked out of existence again in the 1990s. One interesting note here is that we also tried to reintroduce desert bighorn sheep from Nevada into the Sweetwater Rocks in the late 1940s, post-World War II. There were a lot of things that went on post-World War II with wildlife reintroduction. Suffice it to say, desert bighorn sheep are not suited to the Sweetwater Rocks, perhaps not anywhere in the state. They didn't work. There's been several attempts to reintroduce bighorn sheep into the rocks, or into the Sweetwater Rocks, starting in the 1980s. And then more recently, the department undertook formal processes to try to get sheep put back in there in 1999, in 2014, and we started this current process or assessment in 2021. And I think it's important to say that with regard to landowner perceptions or opinions about doing this reintroduction, it hasn't changed since the 1980s. Their concerns that they had in the 80s remain today. So how did the proposal to do this most current assessment come about? Well, The Pathfinder ranches also have holdings in the Sweetwater Rocks. They requested that the commission then conduct an assessment to reintroduce them. Your body directed the department to do so, and we did that over the next 2 or 3 years in strict compliance with the statewide Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group's plan. And that plan specifically outlines steps that the department has to go through for such a reintroduction proposal. And so this effort by the department resulted in an assessment titled Reintroducing Bighorn Sheep into the Sweetwater Rocks, a conceptual proposal and a summary of the current situation. And that's what I want to present to you today, is a summary of the current situation. So in the assessment, we addressed 6 components: habitat suitability and risk of assessment, and I'll explain that a bit more in a moment. Depredation, predation, landowner perceptions and opinions, coordination with the interaction working group, and again, that's that domestic sheep, bighorn sheep interaction working group, and then also public review. So with regard to habitat suitability first. So the BLM and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, starting in the 1980s, have done several assessments whether or not habitats are still suitable for bighorn sheep in the Sweetwater Rocks, and they are. Bighorn sheep, we're convinced, will thrive in the Sweetwater Rocks, similarly as they have in the Ferris-Seminoe Mountains. The risk of contact, some of you might ask, what does that mean? That's the risk of contact between bighorn sheep and domestic sheep and goats. And given some framework that we have from the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Wild Sheep Working Group, we have a technique that's called the risk of contact assessment or analyses. We had the University of Wyoming conduct that assessment for us. And as it turns out, the risk of contact, if bighorn sheep occupied the Sweetwater Rocks, is less than what it would be for the Ferris-Seminoe. So the risk of contact is acceptable to the department. It's not a primary concern. Depredation. Certainly there are irrigated fields along the Sweetwater River, and there's no question that given the proximity of suitable escape and foraging habitats in the rocks themselves, and the proximity of those irrigated meadows, that there probably will be some bighorn sheep use if they were to reoccupy the rocks at some point in the future. So we would need to consider that concern that depredation could occur on irrigated meadows. Predators are there. And predators, whenever we reintroduce a species into an area, can have a significant impact. And so we would likely have to consider, if a reintroduction were to occur, we would have to consider some sort of predator management just to give those sheep a leg up, at least in the first few years. Landowner perceptions and opinions. During this process, during this assessment, we contacted 23 landowners on one-on-one basis. And at that time, about half of them were supportive of bighorn sheep reintroduction. Others were equally divided and opposed or neutral about the idea at the time. But even those that were supportive expressed concern that a reintroduction could or would affect their ability to graze livestock on public lands. So the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group was formed in the early 2000s, and they developed a plan, and the plan is now codified in state statute, and we follow that plan because it's codified in state statute and because it's the right thing to do. And in that plan, as I mentioned earlier, we are required to go through a step-by-step process whenever we do this kind of assessment for a reintroduction. So we work diligently and with spirited debate on the proposal to reintroduce bighorn sheep into the Sweetwater Rocks. And that's been ongoing since the late summer and fall of 2021. One of the things that we heard commonly from many of the area livestock producers, permittees, and landowners is they felt that given what's happened in other parts of the country, never in Wyoming, that they need assurances of some sort that if bighorn sheep were reintroduced into the rocks, that their permits and their ability to graze their livestock would not be impacted or affected. And so the Interaction Working Group took that on, appointed a committee to focus on ways to provide those assurances to producers. Senator Hicks, who is here today, engaged with the Interaction Working Group at one of our meetings, I think it was in November of 22, and talked about providing assurances from the state legislature in the form of state law. And he was able to draft and see through Senate File 118 that did that. And in a nutshell, what Senate File 118 does, or what that law does, is if bighorn sheep were used as a lever or a conduit to force the BLM to affect permits, grazing permits, that the bighorn sheep would be removed. And then others continue to work to this day with our Wyoming congressional delegation to provide similar assurances at the federal level, so through federal law. We'll talk about that more in a minute, or I should say Director Bruce will talk about that more in a minute. So the process, the public review, what did we do? We conducted 4 public meetings held in November and December of 2021. We did 2 meetings in Jeffrey City and 2 meetings in Lander, in addition to contacting landowners and others one-on-one. We conducted those meetings to provide the public, landowners, permittees, and others, anybody who was interested, to provide the opportunity pre-decisional about their concerns and level of support for doing this reintroduction. In the general public, NGOs and others were supportive and remain supportive to this day. In fact, a couple of the landowners that do have holdings in the Sweetwater Rocks remain supportive. But landowners by and large were mixed, and most expressed concerns about the impacts that they would have if sheep were reintroduced. So where are we at today? Well, habitat suitability, habitat's still there. Sheep would do great if they got there. And the risk of contact, at least the risk of contact with any domestic sheep grazing allotments, has not changed. So we're not too concerned about that. Now, we may have some farmyard flocks of sheep and or goats that we may need to be concerned about. But today, of those that we know of, there's no concern. Depredation, those irrigated fields are still there. So that would be something we'll have to think about and address as that may occur. And as I said, predation, that's not changed. Those critters are still there. They would still have an impact, especially on newly reintroduced bighorn sheep. And then landowner perceptions and opinions, and I think you're going to hear about that, so it might be better for me to defer to those that are here today. But I will say that in the most recent meeting we held was on January 6th of this year, and landowners present made it clear that there is no support unless some federal legislation were provided, those assurances that we talked about. But even at that meeting, landowners largely opposed the idea regardless. The Interaction Working Group, we worked again with spirited debate the past 2 years. We focused efforts on trying to provide assurances. Again, Senator Hicks saw that piece of legislation through, and others continue to work to provide similar assurances via federal law. And then I'm going to talk to you next about revising the plan, the Interaction Working Group's plan. Again, that's codified in the state statute to provide for bighorn sheep restoration areas in the state of Wyoming. And then public and review with the public. There's no changes with regard to public input that we've gotten, public support from others. There's still positive from, as I said, NGOs and the public at large. But regardless where we go, whether we were to make a decision to move forward at some point in the future or not, we would need to re-engage the public in that decision. So where to from here? Well, we've paused the reintroduction because we're trying to work through providing those assurances. So pausing the reintroduction and then continuing to collaborate to secure federal legislation and protections. And I put up there some language that was current at the time, but because of the work that continues to go on, that has yet evolved. So Director Bruce, if you don't mind, I'd like to defer to you and update where we're at with that language.
Madam President. Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, this was the original language that was drafted by the interagency working group, and we continue to modify it. We have broadened it a little bit. This language deals with just the Sweetwater Rocks restoration area. And with my past history of working with our federal land management agencies, I know that this issue is broader than just that area. So what we've seen over the last several years with our federal land management agencies is there's a tendency to try to manage for wildlife and manage for bighorn sheep when it's not within their jurisdiction. So all I did here is add an additional component to this language that really protects the entire state. And what it says is that we want any federal action to align with the state plan that's in state law. So if it were to be BLM or Forest Service, whatever they are doing with grazing permits or other things to do with bighorn sheep, it would just need to align with the plan. Where we are with that federal language, it is a priority for the department. It's a priority for all the partners working on this, looking at wool growers, Wild Sheep Foundation, Wyoming Wildlife Federation, which couldn't be here with us today, Stock Growers Farm Bureau. We're all given our federal delegation the same message. This is a priority. We'd like to see it done. How it gets done is what we're currently working on. This may not warrant a separate bill. It's really just a rider on somewhere. So we're exploring that opportunity of where we can put it on as a rider and get it through the federal process. Will it happen tomorrow? No. It will take some time, but we are committed and focused on getting those federal protections. So thank you, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you, Director Bruce. So just in summary, I just want to reemphasize that there's no proposal on the table. This was an assessment done by the department at the commission's direction. And we've been working on this for the past 3 years. When I updated the commission in January of 2023, I told them this, and I'll tell you the same, that biologically this sheep will do fine. In fact, I think they'll thrive just as they have in the Ferris Seminole and the Sweetwater Rocks. So from a biological perspective, it's not a difficult decision. They would do fine. At the end of the day, this boils down to socio-political considerations that are important. And so I just want to reemphasize that while there's a lot of support for doing a reintroduction in this part of Wyoming, there's also some concerns amongst area permittees and landowners that are valid. Again, there have not been any permits in the state of Wyoming that have been affected by bighorn sheep, but it has happened in other parts of the country. And so the concerns that these folks have about their livelihoods has validity and it is real. So we need to consider that as we move forward. And with that, I don't think I have another slide, so I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions from the commission?
Well, I don't really have a question quite yet, but as far as once we're done with the department, I would like Senator Hicks to weigh in first, because I think that's going to set the tone for a lot of other things that we're doing.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of comments, so we'll start there.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
If you don't mind going after that. Okay, thanks.
Anything else from the commission before we get into public comment?
Madam Chair, I do have just a fact-based question. I'm curious about some. One of your early history slides said that they were reintroduced in the 40s, early 50s, persisted through the 70s, cited in the 80s, but the science says they do great now.
Uh-huh. Yes,
Can
that
you
doesn't make
help
any
me with
sense.
that? Yeah, what's changed?
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. So what we have learned, and it took us a while, is that Whiskey Mountain bighorn sheep that are migratory, they lamb around the 1st of June, their diets are a bit different, are not suited for these low elevation mountain ranges like the Sweetwater Rocks, the Ferris Seminole, the Laramie Range. But what we have found is that a different subspecies of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep that lamb earlier, they lamb usually around the 1st of May. They're non-migratory, so they stay put, and their diet consists more of shrubs, are well suited for these lower elevation mountain ranges, and that is what we put in the Ferris Seminole. The first sheep that we got were from the John Day country in Oregon. And then sheep that are similar subspecies from Montana, we supplemented those sheep. So they're Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. They're different in terms of their adaptations and are suited to these mountain ranges where the whiskey sheep are not. You know, I don't know that you know it, but Whiskey Mountain sheep, there were over 1,900 bighorn sheep moved from Whiskey Mountain. They were Johnny Appleseeded all over Wyoming and truthfully all over the West. And by and large, when you put migratory sheep in smaller mountain ranges, they do great for 2 or 3 years and then not so much from then on. So that's why they didn't last. But that's why we think, because we have a source of the proper sheep in the Ferris Seminole, if we were to choose to do this, to put them in the Sweetwater Rocks, they would do fine.
Thank you, Ben.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good question.
Madam President, I do have a question for him, I guess.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, in my understanding, now, when all of the pioneer, everybody come across, there were sheep in Sweetwater. They talk about it in the old history books a
Yeah.
lot. Obviously, that herd, what happened to that? And then, so I'm understanding we've reintroduced them back in there numerous times. And then what happened to the original ones that were in there? Do you know?
So what happened to those sheep excuse me, Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, what happened to those endemic sheep that were there pre-European man? I'd have to speculate, but my thought is that they probably succumbed to pneumonia caused by interaction with the domestic sheep that came with us as we settled this country. That in concert with unfettered hunting, probably caused their demise. Did I hit all your questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Any other questions from the commission before we move to public comment?
Madam President, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In terms or in regards to predation and concerns there, obviously this is a huge undertaking and we don't want to just throw the smorgasbord out to the predators and have some safeguards in place. I'm assuming this probably incorporates a few different counties, probably Fremont, Carbon,
Natrona
County.
and Fremont.
Okay, so have there been conversations with those predator management boards in those counties, if this goes through, to ramp up efforts to get after predators even more than they already are there?
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner Haskell, there have been, in particular with the Natrona County, in fact, they undertook a project or got funding to undertake a coyote control project in anticipation that this might happen. So yeah, we have been in communication with them. If the decision were made to move forward, there would need to be a whole lot more. And it's not just with coyotes. We would have to take an active role in mountain lion management.
Okay.
Probably in particular with mountain lion management, truthfully.
Sure.
Yeah,
Very good. Well, thank you for being proactive on that.
yeah, yeah.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay. Yep. All right, so it's my understanding we have a lot of folks that are here today to talk to us about this subject. So thank you very much for being here. We're excited to hear from you. I would remind everyone just to be respectful of each other's time and keep it as brief as possible. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with getting up and saying, I agree with the person before me. So we will start though with Representative Ottman. I believe she's online. Ottman. All right, ma'am, if you'd like to unmute, we're ready for your comments.
Madam President, Commission, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay. Director Bruce as well. I would like to say that I'm very, very happy to be able to speak to you today. And I really am pleased with the conversation that just went on. So what I will say is that when I heard about this introduction, I contacted some of the landholders in my district, and my district goes from Du Bois down to Jeffrey City. And so it's a very diverse and complex area. But when I contacted them, they gave me information about the things that you've just been talking about, that there could be grazing problems, that there could be predator problems, and that basically there needed to be an agreement between the Department of Ag, Wyoming Game and Fish, and also the landholder group. And so there was a meeting in Jeffrey City, and so I went. It was a full house, very well attended. And some of the conversations that went on gave a lot of information, but also a lot of hesitancy. And so I listened, and the senator was there to give his rendition of the Senate File 118. And at that time, I was a little concerned because while I was told that this was a working situation, they were told that this is going to happen and it'll be fine. And so I was able to contact the Department of, Farm Bureau and the stock growers, landholders, a couple other people, Director Bruce, and just say what is going on? Is it going to go on? Is there something that we need to do? So at that time, I ran House Bill 221 just to put a date on there that would extend that. So I've been in contact with them. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. And I would just say that the consideration for the landowners is great. This is their livelihood, and there are quite a few of them up and down the Sweetwater. So all of this consideration and this time is very well appreciated and very significant. So I'll just thank you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Okay, thank you again for those comments. Senator Hicks.
Madam Chairman and Director Bruce and members of the commission, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk to you today a little bit about this. And I know that your time is precious and you're running long. And so I don't want to saw sawdust or backtrack, but history is important in the context of when we're dealing with. And so I just want to give you a little historical context of how we got to where we're at today and what were the drivers and the impetus for that. And so really where this whole issue started west-wide was what we call the Payette decision, which was a decision by the National Forest, Payette National Forest, to vacate all the domestic sheep allotments in Idaho.
associated with potential risk of contact for pneumonia. And that was a late 1990 decision, is my recollection. I don't know the exact date. What was the spill out of that and the effect of Wyoming? Well, at that point in time, there was a grave concern within the domestic sheep industry that the same thing was going to happen and ripple across the West. And it did happen in a couple other places. The one thing that was unique about Wyoming is at the time, Governor Jim Geringer, and our senior senator was Senator Craig Thomas. And what they effectively did, because they were being lobbied by both sides. We had the wildlife and the hunting community, and we have the livestock industry, and there was a tremendous level of controversy and concern about the implication of the Payette decision on the future of livestock management on public lands. And so they're being lobbied for both sides. So what they basically said is, look, this is not the way Wyoming does business. I want you folks that have all these concerns, the livestock industry, the wildlife industry, and the public in general, get in a room and figure this stuff out. This is tremendously important because this was the impetus that started the process, is the reason that we have seen no reductions on livestock grazing in the state of Wyoming associated with introduction of bighorn sheep. 4 years, those groups, and anybody was invited to participate. They were public meetings. 4 years, they cussed and discussed, and they finally come up with a draft plan. And in 2004, after 4 years of working on this issue, they came up with what then was a kind of a draft concept and adopted the Bighorn Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group. So we operated under that for a number of years. And the reason that that's important, because it came into effect in the first instance in the adoption of the Medicine Bow National Forest Plan. There was a third-party litigation group that pursued action under that plan, the Medicine Bow National Forest Plan, to remove the domestic sheep grazing allotments in the Sierra Madres associated with the Encampment River herd. Because that group had spent 4 years, and they had built a draft plan, they intervened in those lawsuits. In fact, previous director Terry Cleveland at the time and the director of the Department of Agriculture, John Etcheper, both wrote letters in support of Wyoming's plan. Wyoming wool growers, Wyoming wild sheep intervened in behalf and joined together, associated with the livestock grazing permittee, Banjo Sheep Company. They prevailed. We were able, because of that plan and the collaborative effort that both our state agencies, our representatives of the livestock industry, through wool growers, through wild sheep, were able to come together and basically say, look, we do things different in Wyoming. And they were effective, and it worked. And the Undersecretary of Agriculture at the time overrode the decision, and that plan stood up at that point in time. So that was the first time that we've withstood these challenges to our livestock industry. So this was an existing herd. So the next one that came up was the Bridger Teton, and the Darby Mountain herd came up as another one of these issues. And again, the coalition and the plan stood up. So Daryl talked a little bit earlier about the codification of the plan in 2015. And so why was that important? Because when you get to federal agency rulemaking and federal land use planning, state law has a significantly higher impact in that federal decision-making process than just an agency rule or an agency plan. It is now state law. And in 2015, I was the author of that for the very purposes of protecting the livestock industry in the state and facilitating the opportunity for the state of Wyoming to continue to move introduction of bighorn sheep. But that's why we codified that in law. That's why you guys have state law, where no other state in the nation has a plan, a collaboratively developed plan. They don't have state statutes that say this is the plan and this is the law within the state of Wyoming. So this is unique. This is one of the reasons you haven't seen these adverse impacts associated with reintroductions. So again, I've been involved in these back to the Medicine Bow National Forest Plan, and I brought legislation back then, again, to protect the livestock industry against third-party litigants on using the federal planning process to eliminate livestock. I worked on the codifying the plan on the Darby Mountain herd. Again, I co-sponsored legislation there to protect the livestock industry in the state of Wyoming. And then Senate File 19. But a couple of things I do want to really touch about is the codification of the plan, but also what's happened associated with that, because I understand the concerns from the livestock permittees, because I've been the champion for the last 15 years in the legislature to protect that industry. I've also been a champion of also saying, look, we do things different in Wyoming. We know how to collaborate, we know how to work together, and we can move forward. And so one of the things that's important to understand is in some of these reintroduced herds, is particularly associated with the BLM. So Devil's Canyon herd, when that was reintroduced with some of those John Day and Missouri break sheep out of Montana up there, well, the first thing the BLM did is they went out there and implemented a number of significant range improvements with prescribed burning out there. They actually went out, rather than the contrary of trying to reduce domestic livestock, they went out there and improved range conditions that benefited both bighorn sheep. We've seen the same thing in the Ferris Seminoles. We've seen the BLM go out there and do prescribed burning, aggressive invasive grass control, water development, and I'm telling you, the commitment of the state of Wyoming is the same thing will happen with the Sweetwater Rocks. Between the Wildlife Trust Fund, the Wyoming Water Development Commission, the Game and Fish Commission, we have more than adequate resources and opportunity to work with the BLM to go out there and not only just improve habitat for bighorn sheep, we're going to improve livestock grazing to the effect that in Senate File 18, we've appropriated $100,000 to help do the relocation of bighorn sheep, or in the adverse event that something did go wrong, to remove those. We've also put money in there to assist with developing range land through hiring a consultant to go out there and work with the permittees and the BLM and start developing grazing plans that, number one, protect them under the standards and guidelines that the BLM operates under and under the RMP. So I understand the concerns, but history is important here, folks. The reason that we haven't had any adverse impacts associated by federal action is because we have a plan. We have a long history in Wyoming going back over 24 years now, from the first time those folks sit down under the direction of the governor and our U.S. Senator. I think all groups are absolutely committed to moving this federal legislation on. But I would also tell you, it is very important with Senate File 18 that you guys understand, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read the whole thing, but I want to read the legislative findings. I also want to talk to the fact that this passed both the House and the Senate with super majorities. And they've appropriated money from the Department of Agriculture and the Game and Fish Department to move this process forward. Also has an effective date on there that says January 1st. If there is no federal action, we can continue to move forward. And why is that important? Because wildlife, non-federal trust species, are the property of the state of Wyoming. They're not the property. The BLM, Forest Service, and the federal agency has no jurisdictions of setting seasons, dates, whether we relocate or delocate sheep. That's you guys as the commission's fiduciary responsibility is to manage that for the people, all the people of the state of Wyoming as a trust. And I know you all take your job very seriously. But within Senate File 118, I think it's important that the legislature finds and declares that it's the state policy to vigorously defend the interest in maintaining and enhancing viable livestock grazing operations on public land in conjunction with the conservation, maintenance of healthy bighorn sheep populations in the state of Wyoming. These two policies of the state of Wyoming are mutually compatible, because we've demonstrated that over and over and over again. Reintroduction of bighorn sheep and management actions to protect existing populations of bighorn sheep on federal lands has been effectively accomplished in conformance with the Wyoming Bighorn Domestic Sheep Working Plan. That's a fact. That's why the legislature says we know how to do this in Wyoming, folks. Madam Chairman and members of the commission, I certainly could go on. I share the permittees' concerns, but I'm also a realistic that history is in the state of Wyoming has provided protections under that Senate file. If, in fact, at some point in time, we reintroduce sheep and there was an adverse action, so let's assume it's even not by a federal agency. It's most likely if there's an adverse action, it'll be a third-party litigation group that's using bighorn sheep as a cudgel to try to remove domestic sheep, because that's what we've already seen in the state of Wyoming, and we've won that argument on the Medicine Bow National Forest Plan. We've won that argument with the Darby Mountain Herd, with the Bridger Teton when they were looking at developing a new forest plan. We've had no adverse actions associated with the BLM. Contrary to that, we've actually seen range improvements happen associated with that. Well, Madam Chairman and members of the committee, we can move this process forward. Under Senate File 118, if somebody instigated a negative action, the Attorney General of the state of Wyoming would file a lawsuit and intervene on behalf of the livestock permittees to protect those interests. At the end of the day, the worst case scenario happens, the threat associated with any actions or any litigation goes away. And how does that go away? Is because under this statutory component, it would require the department to go in there of whatever means you deem necessary to remove that threat from those livestock permittees. That's the law in the state of Wyoming. I put a lot more faith in the state of Wyoming and our ability to work together and what we've accomplished in the past than I do on whatever the federal government does today or does tomorrow. And so with that, Madam Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I would encourage the commission to move forward with this, continue the discussion with those permittees. But at the end of the day, I understand one thing. As a student of history, I like to read what our founding father said. And so just to share a little bit from Thomas Jefferson is he says, we live in a country that under our Republican form of government, the majorities always prevail. But the minority has their equal rights. And if we don't allow those people, the minorities, to participate in that process, then it's tyranny. I would tell you that you guys are rapidly closing in on the deadline for applications for bighorn sheep, and you're going to have over 30,000 people apply for those permits this year in the state of Wyoming, or up to 30,000 people. I understand the concerns of my fellow members involved in agriculture, but at the end of the day, this is a public policy, public interest. And I would like to see this process move forward. I think we can do an adequate job of not only protecting the livestock industry, but enhancing those opportunities for public land grazing through this process. But we also have a fiduciary responsibility. I've always been questioned. This is why are you championing bighorn sheep? And I say I champion all things, agriculture. I derive my living through agriculture, indirectly, but also the fact is this is a public policy issue. And at the end of the day, I think we have to represent the majority of the public while certainly providing every opportunity for the minority to participate in the process and address their concerns. And so thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the commission. If there's any questions, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the senator? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I have two names on this one, Karen Clark and Kelly Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the commission, and Director Bruce. My name is Karen Clark. I am the Executive Vice President of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. While new in this role, testifying before you today, I am not new to the organization. I have proudly represented Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation for nearly 31 years now. We are a farm and ranch family member grassroots agricultural organization. We have over 2,000 member families in the state, some of which you're going to hear from later today, who will be directly impacted by a bighorn sheep translocation. So we would like to share some of our comments on this proposal. We certainly appreciate the department's recommendation to pause the current translocation proposal. We would like to recognize the efforts from the field staff all the way to the director for taking the time to work with area landowners and then taking the next step to pause the proposed translocation until federal protections are in place. This has been a long, complicated process, and we truly do appreciate all of the stakeholder groups and department officials involved. Our members are very proud of the role that they play in maintaining wildlife habitat across the state and all that that means for agriculture here in Wyoming and wildlife here in Wyoming. Sharing some of our concerns with the translocation in its current form, our paramount concern is that of the need for federal legislation prior to the reconsideration of the proposed translocation. With the advent of the Permanent Instruction Memorandum, the IM, from the Bureau of Land Management in December of 2024, the federal land management agencies have species management at top of mind for consideration during the permitting process. The IM and its bighorn specific language regarding grazing permits is yet another driver for our desire to federally codify grazing permit protections for area ranchers. Time and again, area landowners have expressed concerns with a potential negative impact to their grazing permits and ability to graze their livestock, as this is an important component of multiple use of federal lands. We urge your consideration of our concerns as you deliberate a path forward for landowners and wildlife alike. We would like to emphasize that until protections are in place under federal law, our membership is not supportive of the translocation proposal. Again, we do support and appreciate the recommendation to pause translocation efforts in the Sweetwater Rocks. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to comment. We take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Steve Garland?
Madam President, Commissioners, excuse me, I've been ill. Director Bruce. My name is Steve Garland. My wife and our kids own and operate a ranch on the Sweetwater River, right in the shadow of these rocks we're talking about today. And we've been through a lot of these meetings and we've talked about why we don't want this. I want to say right off the bat, I am not against reintroduction of sheep. I wasn't against it when the Game and Fish warden sat down at my kitchen table and talked to me about it. I said, as long as it's done in the right way and we're protected, I would be for it. I think Director Bruce will agree with that in our conversations. My concern is we're under the fallacy that we're being protected by a state law, and we are not. And all due respect to Senator Hicks, we tried to tell him when he was writing Senate File 118 that would not protect us. And I'll give you an example of how this works. I am not a lawyer, I'm not a legislator, I'm a rancher, and I've been a public land rancher for 40 years. I've dealt with BLM every day of my life. The law, the state law that you have to deal with now says that if the RMP is opened or a permit is adjusted because of these sheep, you will have to remove the sheep. And I think we all know how that's done. The problem is, and again, in all due respect, we tried to get some protection from the Attorney General. By the time that happens, it's too late. The RMP is open. At a public meeting in 2021 in Jeffrey City, the director of the Landerfield office stated that there is no language in the current RMP to address bighorn sheep in the Sweetwater Rocks. Therefore, either he would open it immediately upon you putting sheep out there, or he would be sued. So the RMP is going to get opened. Once the RMP is open, the other question he was asked, once the RMP is open, it doesn't deal with just sheep. It deals with recreation. It deals with wildlife. It deals with mining. And in all due respect to the Attorney General and you fine folks, you couldn't change what happened in Rock Springs. We got hit by a freight train. And that's what's going to happen here. And it may not happen in the next 3 years with the administration we got, but I don't think anybody here can predict how that goes in 3 years. So that's our fear. By the time it's a reactionary bill, by the time we're in trouble and the RMP's open, we're done. Or we're changing. I don't know which, but we'll lose. We always lose. We've lost on wild horses. We've lost on wolves. We've lost on chickens. We end up giving something up every time somebody else wants to do something. And I understand that this is driven by the public and they want to hunt. And I don't begrudge them that at all. I used to really enjoy hunting. All I'm asking here today is respectfully, slow down, please, pause, let us get some federal legislation. Unfortunately, again, state law will not protect our federal grazing rights. The federal grazing rights, or the federal law always trumps state law, and we lose on those deals. And all we're asking, we have a very friendly administration right now. We should be able to get it done within the next 2 years. We tried to amend Senate File 118 to slow it down till we could get that legislation. That failed. And we're down to asking you guys to please wait and let us try to do that. I have no illusion that this will not happen, or it certainly will happen sometime in my lifetime. And I would love to see that, but please let us get some protections in place first. Thank you very much for your time, and I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ray Hyatt?
Well, basically, I still question the feasibility, like him. Well, I was there on the Seminoles in the 80s, and the sheep were everywhere. By the time I left in the 90s, there was one little band located around the government housing, and state parks is all there was. You couldn't find any on the rest of the Seminoles. You know, I worked up there all day in the summer running cattle, and it just, they went from to nothing. There couldn't have been a third of what was there when they introduced them left when I left in the 90s. So I just question the feasibility of the sheep being reintroduced to where they aren't already there. And that's all I got to say.
Allison Crane?
Thank you, Madam President. Director Bruce, happy to be here to address you all. I wasn't planning on commenting this early, so, but here we are. So I just wanted to address a few of the things that have been said so far. Number one, that we do have Wyoming grazing permittees that have been affected by the introduction of bighorns, or the reintroduction of bighorns into areas, not necessarily in the state of Wyoming, but grazing permittees that hold permits in our neighboring states. So to say that this issue is an issue that is not in this part of the state, or in this state, excuse me, I think is a misrepresentation of the issue. I also wanted to clarify that there has been a reduction in sheep grazing, domestic sheep grazing AUMs in the state of Wyoming. It is a historical problem, and if you want to talk more and address some of the specific allotments, I will happily address that at a different time, but that is an issue. And then I think that asking livestock producers to trust BLM because of some recent management taking place in some of these allotments where there are bighorn sheep is also kind of an ill-fated suggestion. I think anytime you're asked to trust the BLM or a federal entity, I think that's why we're all here, is that we can't do that based off of history. And I think while we have this great relationship with our state BLM, and I don't want to throw any of them under the bus right now with this, we treasure most of them, but they are, and we have seen with some of these very recent issues, not necessarily bighorn sheep, that they have to follow what they are federally mandated to do, even if they don't want to do that on the local and state level. So they are at the will of the federal government. So I just wanted to point that out as well, and asking our producers, whether cattle or sheep, to trust the federal government in any form. I just cannot stand with that. And then lastly, I think to suggest that public interest, because of fiduciary reasons especially, is on an equal playing field as livestock producers and landowners, especially in the affected area or the suggested affected area. And those people are the ones providing us as a state and a country with food security, land management, and a significant habitat for our wildlife. And as you're going to hear from multiple others, that is a huge focus for them on the ground. But to suggest that the public interest, because of money, should be on an equal playing field making these decisions is also it's a mistake. So I just wanted to throw those few things out there, but I wanted to leave with saying that, like Mr. Garland just said, that once this habitat is designated as bighorn habitat, I think that is where our concerns come in, and we do want this federal support, federal legislation to protect our livestock producers, whether cattle, sheep, goats, and make sure that their grazing allotments will not be affected. But we are committed to pursuing that federal legislation as Wyoming wool growers. Sorry, I didn't say where I was from, I just realized that. And that we continue to be dedicated to the participation in the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Sorry.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Troy Corbett?
Yes, Madam President, Commissioners, and Director Bruce. I'm Troy Corbett. Our family ranches on Sweetwater have for some time. And I just want to, first of all, wholeheartedly endorse the recommendation by the department to pause this thing, give us a chance to get some federal legislation and put in there. And I certainly agree with everything Steve Garland said about the actual practical risks that we're faced with. Those are really the realities. And as Steve said, with due respect to Senator Hicks, we've lived this life and understand our risks a little better. And, you know, we're wildlife people also. We like deer and antelope and wild sheep, we like them. But I think what we're doing for the nation as providers of food and fiber is pretty important. And something else that struck me when this first came about that I think is important too is a relationship that landowners and game and fish personnel have. And I think from the beginning that this process has threatened that relationship, and I don't like that very much. It's kind of put the department as our adversaries, and I don't particularly like that, to be that way. And so it's kind of pitted, I guess, family ranchers that have been there against absentee ownership of ranches. And that's unfortunate as well. And I think the department's decision, one of the component of your decision making will be whose bandwagon are we going to jump on? You know, are we gonna, you know, strictly listen to absentee ownership wishes, or are we gonna trust the family ranchers that have been there that you've worked with? So with that, I will take a question, but I sure do thank you for hearing us today.
Absolutely. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Thad Dockery?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners and Director. My name is Thad Dockery. I live on the Sweetwater River. Me and my family, we run cows. I'm going to say everything you've heard. Steve said it very well, way better than I can say it, and I appreciate it. I would like for you to definitely take a look at how many people are out here from the Sweetwater. It's a beautiful day. The wind isn't blowing. It sucks that we have to be in a meeting, but this is what we do, and this is why it's important for us. You know, I mean, it means that much. I do appreciate you guys putting it on a pause. Thank you very much. The federal government, they're our biggest landowners out there. Unfortunately, you can look what they've done to the sage chickens. Wyoming has probably the best plan out there. There's no doubt about the sage chickens, but still the restrictions on our BLM permits are stringent. Nothing that you guys can really do about it. So I guess what we're asking is, can we have a little bit of time? If this is something you truly want, waiting a little bit and getting it right, I think is the right way to go. We can get some help from up above, and Lord knows that's a slow wait, but 1999 and 2014, we heard that they turned out sheep then. I'm pretty sure we asked for it then, and it hasn't happened. So I don't know if we need more people coming and helping us from all different sides. Would be great. On the slide, we did see 48% was for it. Sweetwater isn't that big, ladies and gentlemen. There's way more than 60% here that's asking for help because we know we need to slow it down. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Matt Hubler? And I apologize if I'm butchering any of these names, so.
Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I am Matt Hubler. I'm a board member with Wyoming Wild Sheep. In 2021, I was then Director Operations for Pathfinder Ranches and one of the co-authors of this proposal. I'd like to thank you all for continuing to hear and address this issue and the efforts to put bighorn sheep back into the Sweetwater Rocks. Our support recognizes the years of accumulated scientific research on the subject by the department and that of fellow partners in the wildlife and ag industry. We encourage your thoughtful consideration to the comments that we're about to read. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize we've submitted a letter directed at Director Bruce this month. You'll get a copy of that can go into this in much greater detail. On January 25th of this year, we submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the Bureau of Land Management, Wyoming State Office, asking, and I quote, information regarding the impact of bighorn sheep reintroductions and populations on BLM domestic livestock grazing permits in Wyoming, end quote. On February 25th, the BLM issued their final response. Never since 1970, because that's the farthest back we could go is 55 years, never has there been an adverse relationship of involuntary negative reaction to any form of livestock grazing permit in the state of Wyoming. Why is 1970 important? Well, the current land management policy, or FLPMA and PREA, your two laws governing livestock grazing and those that define multiple use, were enacted in 1976 and 1978 respectively. So prior to that, prior to the last 49 years of BLM management, we have not seen, as you've heard, and now codified by a FOIA, any negative response to domestic cattle, sheep, or domestic horses in the state of Wyoming. Secondly, there are 3,543 BLM permits for livestock grazing in the state of Wyoming. It is estimated 549 of them have bighorn sheep habitat, either presence or habitat, that overlap. Where was this discussion over the last 49 years that federal protections are needed to have bighorn sheep on BLM lands that have livestock grazing? Seemingly, we've been operating without issue with bighorn sheep and livestock grazing, and it's our hope to continue that. As I mentioned, when I was at Pathfinder Ranches, we had 29 BLM permits, including the Ferris Seminoles. And just as Senator Hicks pointed out, we did just the opposite with water developments, fence conversion, and cheatgrass spraying on federal lands. Those are the same type of activities that the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation will continue to work on in the Sweetwater Rocks. Darrell mentioned the predator control that was funded earlier this year, paid for by Wyoming Wild Sheep. We funded the predator control boards in Natrona and Carbon County and had successful aerial predation removal in the Sweetwater Rocks already. This summer, we are working with a willing landowner to do one water development in an area that is within the core habitat that will benefit both livestock and all wildlife. It won't benefit wild sheep because there are none there, but we're continuing to prepare the rocks for their arrival. We mentioned habitat. The 2021 assessment, the Wagler-Monteith study, defined the predicted core habitat of wild sheep. That's a 73,000 acre polygon, if you will. It covers 18 BLM federal permits. 3 landowners that hold 11 of those 18 are in support of this reintroduction. Furthermore, within the predicted core habitat, 42.4% of it is not located with any grazing permit. As I mentioned, Wyoming Wild Sheep, we will continue to support preparing the rocks for their arrival. Our door is open to working with willing landowners. We can't spray enough cheatgrass just like we do across the state. We're willing to look at water developments, livestock fence conversion from woven wire to wildlife friendly. And this doesn't just benefit bighorn sheep, it benefits all wildlife. And at least what I found at Pathfinder, when you replace woven wire with new fence, you don't have to fix it the next year. With that, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Maddie Stevenson?
Madam President and Commissioners, I appreciate you and your time today. I'm just gonna say a couple things. A lot of it has already been said. My dad spoke earlier, but I'm a 3rd generation rancher and I'm the future. No offense, but I'm the youngest person in this room. And but I'm the future, and I'm gonna be the one that's gonna see how this is going to play out. And it's gonna happen in my lifetime. And one thing that I want to bring up is this is our community. I was saying earlier, I haven't seen all of these people probably since I was 5 years old, just because we don't get to see each other very often. And so that is right. This is over 60% of us are here and are asking for you to wait. And we keep saying that state regulation is enough, but you have 60% of people here in that area that are saying it's not enough. And we just need some time. And they're going to be on our land as well. Like, they are going to be in the rocks, and I understand that, but we're already feeding elk and deer and all of that stuff through the winter. I have a herd of deer that eat my hay every single day with the cows. So I'm saying that this is going to happen and it's going to affect us. And I just wanted to stand up here and show that I'm the future and I'm going to be the one that is going to see this for the rest of my life. I plan on being in Sweetwater Rocks the rest of my life. So I will stand for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Farron Hageman?
Madam President, Commissioner Bruce, thank you guys for letting us come and speak here today. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I'm Theron Hageman, and I come to you as a leasee of a portion of land in question. For the last couple of years, it's been no secret that the BLM has been inching towards reducing, if not eliminating, production agriculture use of federal land. According to the last 5 USDA cattle on feed reports, cattle numbers are on a declining trajectory. This is due to the fact that land traditionally used in agriculture is getting less plentiful every day. Public land ensures we, the producer, can keep not only high quality, but affordable beef at every table. Sadly, every day more production is required on less and less acres. I'm not a wildlife biologist, so I can't speak to the positive impact on the ecosystem gained from re-implementing bighorn sheep in the Sweetwater Rocks, but I can speak for the impact that cutting cattle numbers and sheep to any degree would have economically. The only way cattle and sheep have flourished on state and federal land in the past is through rigorous management practices, water projects, vaccination programs, and predator control, things that are unfeasible and too costly to be effective on a wild relocated species. We ask this commission only for ironclad safeguards that cannot easily be overturned with the next administration change, assurances that make sure our production and numbers cannot be reduced, and that we assume no liability when it comes to the well-being of the relocated species.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, guys.
Ellen Fox?
I'm Ellen Fox, 4th generation rancher in the area we are speaking of. Madam President, Director Bruce, and the Commission, I thank you for the opportunity to hear our voices. And to my fellow industry spokesmen, all, God bless you, and thank you for your support. There are a lot of loopholes in this proposal that aren't addressed. There's a Sweetwater Rocks initiative pamphlet is flawed from a historic standpoint. And it is not the animals per se that are the problem. Of course, our grazing permits are in question, but this is a fragile and very beautiful country that we're speaking of. The impact of the public through hunting, public interest, the management or lack of the sheep once they are in place, the predation control on our deeded meadows by whomever entities that may be, are going to be a stumbling block. And it seems odd, given the stance that agriculture and cattle, in particular in our instance, have destroyed the environment. And it seems rather convoluted that you say that the environment is suitable for the reintroduction of these bighorn sheep. So you're saying that as an old-time ranch family, that we have not destroyed the ground and the habitat is a completely convoluted conception. I'd like to ask the commission to supply the number of deeded acres that Pathfinder Ranch, who is a big proponent of this, a number of deeded acres that they own in this proposed reintroduction area, which is actually irrelevant. You say they are non-migratory. You need to define the non-migratory quotation, because they're wild animals, and like the wolves, they may be introduced somewhere, and this little plot of land on the map means nothing to them. They could be from Ice Slough to Muddy Gap to the Devil's Saddle. It's irrelevant where the introduction area is. But the management of these sheep has to be taken into consideration. And from the standpoint of the number of elk that are in our area, I don't know how manageable wildlife are. And secondly, I'd like to ask who is directly funding this initiative. And perhaps I will say that some of the people that are pushing for this are not vested. This is not their livelihood. And every single one of this 60% of the people on the Sweetwater River are ranchers. That is our livelihood, and we provide food for the world. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Katie Cheesebro?
Good morning, President Lundvall, members of the commission, Director Bruce, Katie Cheesebro, Executive Director of the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak in front of you this morning. And once again, what a testament that you draw such a crowd. And I think it's so important, and I'm so grateful that we get to hear from the landowners in the area. And thank you all for traveling. It is a beautiful day. We would all much rather be outside, including the commission, I'm sure. I really appreciate the comments, and I just want to make it clear as the director of the Sheep Foundation, we are so grateful for ranching and landowners and the habitat they create and maintain and conserve, not only for livestock, keeping healthy rangelands, but also wildlife habitats. If our ag went away and these ranches went away, that is absolutely the worst thing that could happen to wildlife. So I just want to make that clear. And to Ellen's point, I don't think there is bad cattle management on the Sweetwater Rocks whatsoever. It is a gorgeous place, and I frankly am jealous that you all get to live there. It is beautiful, and you've done a wonderful job with it. But I want to bring this back to bighorn sheep, because despite all the issues with the BLM, the federal government, you guys don't have control over that, and that's a different issue. And I want to get at why we're interested in seeing bighorn sheep reintroduced to their native range in the Sweetwater Rocks. And you guys heard, the commission heard today that the Chapter 9 bighorn sheep season setting, you heard about disease issues, you heard that we're supportive of having management tools available to the department so that they can manage those disease issues, including U-hunts, test and remove. And one of those tools could potentially be translocation of sheep. I heard Justin Benfit say you can't stockpile sheep in the Ferris Seminoles. Those sheep are looking to push out into new habitat. You've seen them push out into the Pedros, and because you guys do manage the sheep, as you've said you would, you've also removed many sheep from the Pedros and also from the Sweetwater Rocks at this point. And with that in mind, there is a place where they fit, and I support the protections for the producers. That is something we have been working on for the past 4 years with the Interaction Working Group. We've thrown a lot of things at the wall that weren't good enough, and SF 118 was a good try. We thought that was something that was a really elegant solution, and I hear what the landowners are saying, and the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation has tried to help the Interaction Working Group pursue federal protections. I guess the question is, to what end and for how long? And that's just our concern. This is a really, this place has been identified as bighorn sheep habitat since the 90s. So if the concern is having it identified as habitat, that's been identified as habitat for a very long time. I also represent my community, and it's not as tight-knit as yours, but it is sports people and sheep hunters. And we've also talked about bighorn sheep hunting once in a lifetime, what that is. And we've talked about point creep, and you can't fix point creep. The only thing that fixes point creep are more sheep on the mountain, more tags. That's the only thing that will affect my chances of drawing a sheep tag. And this is an area where we might be able to expand sheep. We might be able to stop killing ewes in the Ferris Seminoles and put them somewhere else and grow them and potentially have some more tags there. So I may not be vested like these good people behind me. And I hear you and I respect your concerns. I absolutely do. But there are people who are vested in your bighorn sheep points, 30,000. And we're trying to think of novel ways and different ways to improve bighorn sheep populations in the state. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Katie?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth Phillip?
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. And I'm a sheep rancher in the north of the Beaver Rim, north of Sweetwater Rocks. And so I do, when the Game and Fish first came around and visited with us, I thought that this was not a threat. But then I found out from the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, the range specialist, that there is the BLM manual 1730 that's been talked about here, that the BLM can take away our sheep grazing rights, and our allotment is close enough to the Sweetwater Rocks that I feel that sort of a buffer zone does come into our allotment. And we did have one ram come into our flock, or our herd of sheep 2 years ago, and the ram was disposed of, but we do herd our sheep, so we know if there would be a ram coming into them. So the other thing, there have been domestic sheep Forest Service allotments, or the permits were bought out by the Wild Sheep Foundation in the Bridger Teton, and I guess they were both in the Bridger Teton that I know of. But so there have been permits taken that way. So I guess I would just say that the risk of contact is real for our sheep. And in Colorado, they have, the BLM has taken away the ability of ranchers to range lamb. And so we do range lamb, and I'm concerned about losing our ability to do that, because we're not shed lamb people. We like to range lamb. So thank you very much.
Dusty Citron?
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I'm not a very eloquent speaker like my friends and neighbors back here, so I'm just going to say that I agree with them. I won't take up too much of the time, but I totally agree that we need the federal protections and legislation in place for this thing to move forward. History, it has a tendency to repeat itself. It may not be with the same issue with the BLM. In the past, there's been cuts of 44% of people's permits by other issues on that BLM field office, and that's just a fact. By law, BLM will have to open, excuse me, the RMP, and that will create another issue for us out there, and more cuts to the producers on that river. The other thing that I would like to talk about and just ask real quick, through our local office, we have been told that our mule deer population is declining out there. Due to, chronic wasting, whatever it is, we don't have the population, so we're always working on our mule deer seasons. Why are we taking money, putting it towards bighorn sheep reintroduction, when we could use that to figure out the mule deer situation? I'm an avid mule deer hunter. I like to take my boys, so that's just a question I have for you. Why introduce another species until we get a handle on what we have already on the ground? So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So that's all the public comment sheets that I have. Do we have any online? Don't want to leave those out. Nobody's raising their hand. Okay. Anyone here in the audience today that did not fill out a sheet that would like to speak? Okay. Any other comments or questions from the commission?
Guess what, Madam Chair?
I heard you typing down there.
Yeah. Just a couple quick comments. I really appreciate you all coming. And I really encourage you to stay involved, because the way we make the best decisions we can is by having input from everyone. So please continue to participate. Let us know what you think, what you see, what the problems you see are. Can't solve them all. As Senator Hicks pointed out, we all have different responsibilities and duties and all this kind of stuff, but we need to know what you think and what you see. So please continue to do it. There was a comment that a gentleman made that been rattling around in my head, and that concerned me, and that's that the risk that the department could be seen as your adversaries. I really, really, really hope that I can do everything I can to get that out of your head, that the department is not your adversary, the commission is not your adversary. We have different constituencies, different responsibilities, but the way we solve these problems, and I hate, quoting Senator Hicks, you wouldn't believe it. But he's right. The way we solve these things in this state is we talk about them, and we always can't agree, but we communicate and we respect one another's opinions and their perspectives. Hopefully we can reach a middle ground. So please, please do not view the department and this commission as your adversaries. We're trying to get to a certain point. Not everybody's going to be happy with everything, but please stay involved with them, stay involved with us. And you don't have to love them, but please help them out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission on this topic?
Madam President?
Yes.
This is only my second meeting as a member of the commission, and it's been a doozy after yesterday and today. But I really, really appreciate the process. It's very invigorating. It gives me hope that an analogy that I often use in having discussions with people is that my wife and I often don't agree on where we're going to eat or what we're going to eat for dinner. And that doesn't mean that we don't eat. Usually we'll have a discussion and I will say, yes, dear, and we'll eat where she wanted to eat. But with that, I appreciate the historical data from all sides. The Sweetwater Rocks is a very special place. I would even submit that it's a hallowed place. I have pioneer ancestry that traveled through there by foot. So it is a very, very neat place. I also am sympathetic to livestock producers. I'm one myself. And I know that as livestock producers, we're challenged with feeding the world with less, right? You know, we have to produce more food for the world and have less places to do it. So I understand how important your permits are, because there is historical data to show that in other states, those permits have been taken arbitrarily, in my opinion. But I want to commend all of you and echo Commissioner Masterson's sentiment that I hope after today, I hope some of these relationships have been restored and we can continue to talk and have these discussions, and they are very, very important. I appreciate all of you showing up and continuing to fight for this from all of your different angles and avenues, because they matter. And just thank you for letting me be a part of this process. And please keep up the fight.
Madam President, I guess a little clarification. Thanks. I guess with the RMP, I mean, it's obvious the state has put in, the legislature has said, we have put in, we've gave the protections and we're going to stand by that. What's the validity with when they mentioned the RMP, what language are they referring to?
Can I address that? So just a little background. In my day job, I represent a local government entity, and we participated as a cooperating agency in the development of the RMP for the Rawlins District, Medicine Bow National Forest Plan, a number of EISs on wind tower, oil and gas development, Creston Blue Gap, wind development, Chokecherry. So I've got a lot of personal history with developing EISs and federal land use management plans. And so to specifically address the issue of what would happen. So I think what BLM has said is they would have to open the RMP, but you can open a federal land use man specifically to amend a provision. You don't have to open everything, but that's a federal agency decision. Typically every 20 years, Forest Service every 10 years, BLM, although they never get it done in 10 to 20 years, but specifically to the issue of RMP and how it would work and the concerns associated with if there was a situation that was an adverse impact. The way Senate File 118 works, it says if there's an indication, in other words, under an RMP, the BLM, the first thing they would have to do is go out and publish in the Federal Register a notice of intent to open the RMP, either to redo the whole RMP or just to open it for a specific purpose. So that goes into the Federal Register. Once that Federal Register notice, it's usually 30 days before they actually start the process. Then they go into basically a public process of public meetings, public findings. That develops the draft. That usually takes anywhere from, nowadays, even if it's a plan amendment, it can take 18 months just to get through that process and the preliminary public participation process under the guidelines of the Council of Environmental Quality that oversee NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. And so at that point in time, then they'll develop a draft. And that draft usually takes once the draft is released, that goes out usually for 60 to 90 days for public comment. They take that back. It usually takes another 3 to 6 months for them to go through all of the public comments and to address that and come out with a final draft or a final plan that then goes out again for public comment again. So specific to how Senate File 18 would address the issue, if there was sheep in there and the RMP was open, the minute that there was any proposal in the draft or in the actual notice of intent to reduce any livestock grazing, it would be incumbent upon the department by whatever means that you felt sufficient to remove those sheep. So the idea is that before there's ever a federal record of decision, months and years in advance before the final record, what they call the ROD, the record of decision is signed by the state director or the regional director of the BLM or Forest Service, whatever agency it means, the department would have 6 months to remove those sheep off there. So the idea that once the RMP is done, we'd be too late for the game. The way the statute is crafted, if they initiate, it's not predicated based on a final action. And so under that, I think the misunderstanding there is as well, once there's a final action, we're going to reduce our livestock AUM, then you would remove that sheep. That's not accurate. Those sheep would have to be removed the minute that they initiate, which would be a notice in the Federal Register or in a draft RMP that's got at least years before that record of decision would be made. And so that's how that would operate under the federal land use planning procedures and under Senate File 118. So there's more than ample time because it's not based on a final action of an agency, it's the initiation. And from the time of the initiation of when the land or RMP would open until that record of decisions, those usually take, I won't say usually, they always take years to get that done. And so I think that's I hope that addresses your concern, Commissioner Robinson, Madam Chairman. So,
Thank you. It does. Thanks.
Madam Chairman, since I brought up the RMP, can
I think we should let you address that as well from the other side, yes.
What a bureaucrat would do with an RMP in the Sweetwater Rocks is way above my pay grade or comprehension as far as that goes. My question to you guys today is, why would we put the sheep out there? We've been told they will open the RMP, then go gun them out of a helicopter and kill them all, and then fight the federal government when we can just slow down and hopefully get the law in place first. That's my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I've got a question for Mr. Garland. And I guess Senator Hicks as well. So as I understand your explanation, if the RMP is opened, and what's to hold the BLM accountable to make sure that they don't crawfish on it? How do we hold that bureaucracy accountable to make sure that they're going to do what they say? And
I'll let Senator Hicks answer that for himself, but I don't think we have any way to hold the BLM accountable. That's my experience over 40 years. Okay. And they will do what they're going to do.
Madam Chairman and Commissioner Haskell, so getting back to it, it's a public process. And so the department always submits comments on these RMPs. The public submits comments on them. Almost all the state agencies weigh on those. Individual permittees weigh in on them, local governments, county commissioners. Many local governments and the state are cooperating agencies on these RMPs. And so they sit there, right there, and depending on the level of participation, you can be granted what they call interdisciplinary team. And so you can literally sit there and look at all these public comments. But as a cooperating agency, particularly with an agency like the department that has statutory responsibilities for wildlife, you're granted cooperating agency to help develop those federal land use plans. Now, obviously, they can write a record of decision that's contrary to that. You will know that what's coming through that cooperating agency standpoint. Both the county commissioners, the conservation districts, and the state agencies participate at that level. We help develop those plans, and at the end of the day, the governor still has what they call the governor's consistency review that comes back prior to them final record of decision and said, this is where we find as a state inconsistent with what state policy is, CEQ guidelines, NEPA, federal laws, and all the regulation. So there is a very robust public participation, state, local government participation in those RMPs. Again, under this scenario, if it looks like there's an adverse action that's going to be in that final RMP and a record of decision, it would be incumbent. But that's pre-decisional is the terminology they use to say, well, if they open the RMP, the pre-decisional would be that we're automatically going to reduce livestock AUMs, which would trigger a reduction. That's a 3 to 4 year process to get to that level of decision. And so in the meantime, there is a very robust participation by you as an agency, other state agencies, local governments in the state of Wyoming and that. So there's absolutely no guarantee in life in anything, but there is a very robust process to protect the interests of both the state of Wyoming. Get back again, is one of the reasons that we codified the Bighorn Domestic Sheep Plan is to provide that standing under federal law, because of our state law says this is the plan that the state of Wyoming uses to manage that. That would be paramount under the auspices that they open the RMP to address bighorn sheep. That's the first thing we're going to do as a state, is come in and say, look, here's our plan and here's the state law. And then we're going to defend that in the development of all of those alternatives that come out of that RMP process. And so, again, there'll be a very robust process under that RMP opening to address this, if it's to address this issue of bighorn sheep and grazing. At that point in time, they'll go through what they call an alternative analysis too. And so it won't just be a single thing. We're either going to do this, we're going to reduce bighorn sheep. It'll go through and it'll say, okay, here's the scenarios. And you may have anywhere from 4 to 5 alternatives. And one of them will say, well, we have these allotments. If we do these range improvements, there's no need to look at any reductions of AUM. There may be an alternative that says we're going to reduce these. So within that range, there is a whole number of management prescriptions that they're obligated to analyze before they make a final record of decision. And this is, again, where we come back and through our NGO partners, through state agency participation, you do the range improvements, the aggressive weed control, the fence modifications, the water developments, and all those things will be analyzed as to how we can have co-compatible introduction to bighorn sheep and the management of livestock grazing. So it's not a pre-gone conclusion that we're just going to get rid of sheep or reduce federal AUMs that would trigger the reduction in bighorn sheep. I think with all the other alternative analysis, I'm more than confident that working with the permittees and the BLM and the state agencies that we can address those issues through that RMP. So hope that answers your question, Mr.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions from the commission? All right, thank you, Daryl, so much for that informational presentation. And again, thank you to everyone who came out on all sides and participated in this discussion. It's always important to hear from everyone. So let's go ahead and do item number 14, chapter 66.
Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. While separate, still interrelated. If you'll recall, back in January of this year, we brought before the Chapter 66, the Domestic Sheep, Wild Sheep Interaction Plan revision. That needed signatures from 2 other agencies before we could move forward, so you tabled that motion at that time. I know there was 2 commissioners that were not on the commission at that time, so we thought it was going to get done sooner, but it's taken till now. We do have those 2 signatures from the other agencies now, but I did ask Daryl to give you just a short update or a refresher on what we talked about back in January so that you could then vote to approve this chapter. So I'll turn it over to Daryl again.
Thank you, Dan. Madam President, Director Bruce, Commission. So you've heard a lot about the bighorn sheep, Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group this morning. I don't know that we need to spend much time on that, but I'm of course happy to answer any questions that you may have. But as we work through this process with the Sweetwater Rocks and trying to provide assurances to permittees and thinking about state legislation and federal legislation, a committee of the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group worked over last summer to develop some language that might be used in some of that language, whether it's state or federal. And that language then is, and I'm going to skip some of this. Again, this is specific to the plan. And again, if you have questions about it, more than happy to spend more time on it. But in the interest of time, maybe it would be good just to talk about what the amendment is to the plan recommended by the Interaction Working Group. And it is this definition or the designation of bighorn sheep restoration areas within the state. Not proposing to map anything, just providing a definition of what one of these areas could or could be and how it might be used. So the purpose of a BSRA is to provide for the establishment of additional bighorn sheep populations outside of our core native herds, which are basically all in northwest Wyoming, without altering or changing livestock production due to the presence of those bighorn sheep, again, providing those assurances. BSRAs may be designated within an existing cooperative review area, non-emphasis area, non-management area, and may be used to reestablish bighorn sheep populations, either from natural immigration or from a reintroduction. Designation of a BSRA will be made through an amendment to the Wyoming plan in accordance with the statute that Senator Hicks has talked about. And that's why we're here today, Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, Chapter 66, based on the recommendation of the Interaction Working Group. The proposals to establish a BRA, if there are any in the future, will follow the protocol and the process outlined in Appendix L, just as we have done with the Sweetwater Rocks assessment that I talked about earlier in the Wyoming plan. And then the last point may be the most important in any designated BSRA. Again, if there are any identified, in the event that bighorn sheep naturally immigrate into or are reintroduced, the state of Wyoming accepts all risk of contact between bighorn sheep and domestic livestock and will hold livestock producers harmless in the event such contact occurs. So again, we went through, Senator Hicks talked about Senate File 118. The subcommittee of the Interaction Working Group worked last summer. The term and definition was unanimously approved by the Interaction Working Group, so the recommendation was made by them to amend the plan. And we're going through that process. I've gone through that process per statute. In September of last fall, the Attorney General advised us that we need to also amend Chapter 66 to comply with the Administration Procedure Act. And then in November, it was released for comment. And then in February, the Wyoming Livestock Board approved it. So any changes to the plan have to be approved by the Department of Ag, the Wyoming Livestock Board, and by you folks. So the Wyoming Livestock Board did approve it in February. The Wyoming Board of Agriculture approved it last week, and we're seeking your approval today. We received some public comments, 9 in particular. In summary, there were observations of domestic sheep overgrazing in certain areas, which has nothing to do with the BSRA. There was concern about maintaining migration corridors for bighorn sheep, favoring test and remove methods versus lethal remove of wandering bighorn sheep. That's a topic for another day. And then favoring complete annulment of the Wyoming plan. So comments were quite varied. 3 comments supported the Chapter 6 regulation changes and included a joint letter from the Wyoming Wool Growers, Wildlife Federation, Wyoming Wild Sheep, and Wyoming Stock Growers Association. And so our recommendation or our ask of you today is, after a review of those comments, we recommend the commission vote to approve Chapter 66, the Wyoming Bighorn Domestic Sheep Revision Rules as proposed.
All right, thank you, Daryl. Any questions or comments from the commission? We do have one public comment. Katie?
Commissioner Lundvall, or President Lundvall, Commissioners, Director Bruce, this is gonna be quick. Kitty Cheesebro, Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation. I just wanna share my support for the Chapter 66, and I just wanna make it clear that this language being put into the Wyoming plan would give you guys something, or give something to tier to as we seek federal legislation and federal protections for producers. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this, Chapter 66? All right, did you have anything else, Dan?
Madam President, just for clarification, we tabled it in January because we kind of hold the chapter as the Game and Fish Commission, and so we needed to be the last signature. And so I just wanted to clarify, that's why we waited till now to get those other two signatures.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? What is the pleasure of the commission on Chapter 66?
Madam Chairman, as I read this and understand it, I think it's another step in the right direction of putting some safeguards in place for livestock producers, landowners, but also just specifying some definitions on things. So I make a motion that we approve this proposal from the department.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission? Seeing none, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Commissioner Masterson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Chapter 66. Okay. Okay.
So now you get to listen to Benford some more.
All right. I don't need a break. How is everybody? All right, we're going to go back to season setting. We have 4 more chapters to go over. Justin gets to come back up. We are not going on formal break. We're just taking a brief pause to allow them to get queued up for the next presentation. We're going to be starting on Chapter 11. Yes, sir. Just kidding, we're going to do 14. Do not let me repeat anything that we've already done. I don't want to do it again. So as we prep, we will be on 14. Thank you, Martin.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Martin Hicks, Deputy Chief for Wildlife Division. We thought we'd give Justin's throat a little break. I'm going to go through how we set our game bird seasons, our migratory game bird seasons. But I want to preface this before I jump into Chapter 14, how important it is we work with our federal partners. They have a federal framework that we have to follow. So they have sideboards that we follow, and we can't go out those sideboards. They set these every year, and they are set for a reason, because the turn of the 20th century, we reduced migratory game bird numbers to where we're actually losing those species. And so Congress passed the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, 1918, and that does not authorize take of migratory game birds unless it is passed by the Secretary of Interior. So the Secretary of Interior has to allow a take every year before we can actually have a waterfowl season. So there, to be short and to the point, setting migratory game bird seasons is complicated and very confusing. It's confusing to us, it's confusing to our public. So because of that, we did a survey, a migratory game bird harvest survey to folks that have hunted migratory game birds in the past 5 years, went off their HIP permits, Habitat Information Program permits, and took a sample to see what they preferred for seasons, as long as they fall within those sideboards of the federal framework. So that survey was just completed, and so we will be providing that survey, the information of that survey to you at a later time, and that we will also be providing that survey to the public at a later time. And then we'll also be working with our local waterfowl managers, along with our statewide waterfowl biologist, Courtney Rudd, who is here today. If you have any specific questions about migratory game birds, she'll be happy to answer those. But so just really quick, it's complicated. I'll go through this. There's not very many changes for Chapter 14, just to give you guys a heads up. We're not proposing anything different. We're following the federal framework. We have to stay within those parameters, and there's give and take on waterfowl seasons. Certain folks want certain things. But we always have to remind them that we can do stuff within that framework, but we cannot go outside that framework. So with that, I will start with Chapter 14. So we had 41 comments, and they kind of went all over, but they came into 6 different themes. One was there was an interest in opening later dates for ducks and central flyways. So you're trying to time these season openings when they come through and when they come back. But you also have a certain number of days you can hunt when the federal framework allows you to do so. So there's a balance there, and we're trying to manage that balance. Zone C1, I'll talk about zones as we go through this, but we have the ability within flyways. I should back up quickly. We manage the Pacific and Central flyways. We have representation for Flyway Council for both those flyways. And so we coordinate with the Fish and Wildlife Service, look at those seasons, the federal framework, make sure that is what we want to do. Within that framework, then we set the season. So there's a lot of balance when we're looking at these waterfowl seasons. So there's also a lot of interest in sandhill cranes. Sandhill crane populations, there's 2 populations in Wyoming, the Mid-Continent and the Rocky Mountain. And folks have a hard time sometimes understanding that they would like more permits, but because there's not enough cranes in that flyway, we don't have that ability to issue those permits, again, because of that federal framework. There was some concern about overlapping waterfowl hunters and pheasant hunters down in southeast Wyoming. And then there were some comments to run both the goose and duck seasons concurrently. Again, because of that federal framework, you just don't have that opportunity to do so. I'm too quick with this button. So I'm going to walk through this through the flyways. We'll start in the Pacific Flyway, but first we're going to talk about sandhill cranes. So again, we manage sandhill cranes based on what is allowed in the framework. We're allowed so many permits, and this is just for the Rocky Mountain population. So these are hunt areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Area 7 is that mid-continent population, and there's plenty of cranes there, over 300,000 compared to the Rocky Mountain, where there's roughly 30,000. So because of that, we have to be more restrictive on that Rocky Mountain population. So those permits are decided based on what the population is and what previous success has been from our hunters. We've been very conservative on what we say what success is, because if you go over the harvest of what you have permits available for, you lose those opportunities in future years. And so we've been conservative to the point where maybe a little bit too conservative. So we have the opportunity to be a little more liberal with those permits, and so that's what we did. We're going to go off of, instead of a 45% success rate, we're going to go off of 50%, and that allowed us to have opportunity to increase the number of permits for those hunt areas, as you can see there. Now to talk about ducks and geese and coots, light geese in the Pacific Flyway, there's no major changes here. We're just going off of what dates are set in the federal framework and adjusting those. They're based off of Saturdays, the earliest Saturday to September 24th, so you have to adjust those for the calendar year change. We're also, within that framework, there's also an opportunity to do special regulations. So a special regulation is where you can increase or decrease hunting pressure based on what certain species are doing. In this case, northern pintails, we've seen an increase in that population, and so we have the ability to go from a harvest or a possession of 1 to 3. And so we are proposing to go ahead and do that. If we move from the Pacific to the Central Flyway, we'll talk about Zone C1. So C1, again, no major changes were proposed, just those calendar massage dates. And then we're also going to do the pintail, go from 1 to 3. And in the past, we've also had a special season for blue-winged teal. We've had more liberal season lengths on blue-winged teal because that population was doing well. We started to dip into that population, so we're reducing the number of days you can hunt blue-winged teal from 16 today to 9. So if we move to Zone C1A, this is in Commissioner Jollyfish's country. Waterfowl hunting differs across the state depending on where you are. Southeast Wyoming folks really enjoy their waterfowl hunting opportunities. So several years ago, we took Zone C1 and broke it out into C1A so we can provide different opportunities for those hunters. Again, no major changes here other than the calendar adjustments. We're proposing the pintail, increase in pintail daily bag limit, and reducing those dates by 9 days from the original 16. For waterfowl for Zone C2, again, these are areas, we broke these areas out over time based on weather conditions, when rivers, ponds, reservoirs freeze up, when those birds are migrating through. So we've adjusted those, and because of that federal framework, we are allowed to adjust those into take the zone, the flyway zone, and break it into smaller zones. So we've done this in the past, so we have Zone C2. And again, no major changes, just those calendar adjustments, the pintail, and the blue-winged teal. We also have a light goose conservation order. We have plenty of snow geese. We're very liberal on these. The federal framework allows us to have a light goose conservation order, which basically allows, as you can see up there, a very liberal harvest, and that will remain. And then mourning doves, Virginia rails, and snipe, no changes on that other than a calendar change. So that was very quick, but we would ask the commission to adopt Chapter 14 as proposed. And I stand for questions.
Thorough, yes, succinct. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the commission?
I have one question. Thank you, Madam President, of course. And I'll reiterate, has anybody in the history of the world ever had a daily possession or a bag limit of Virginia rail or Sora?
Madam Chair.
I'll even go as far as to say coots.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, very few, to be honest with you. So, yeah, but we still have some that come through, and there is that opportunity.
Really?
Just Commissioner Jolovich.
We will have some Virginia rail come through. It's not, it's unique, but for sure,
Yeah.
but there is an opportunity.
What are you doing? Hunting rail? It's like, just, thanks. Thank you. It's getting long in the day.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? I don't have any formal things for public comment, but just wanted to make sure. Anything public comment? All right, what is the commission's pleasure on Chapter 14?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Vice President, your honors.
That's your cue. Okay, well, I would make a motion that we accept the migratory game bird and light goose conservation order hunting seasons as proposed.
All right, any discussion on that motion? And do I have a second?
It looks like a lot of blue ink, Madam Chair, but it's in compliance with our obligations to our fellow states and our friends at the federal government. I would second.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thanks, Martin.
No pressure, but he did that really well and really quick, I'm just saying.
Did you see how fast that one went?
I've been swimming in Martin's slipstream my whole career, so.
He didn't even knock over anything either.
In your defense, he was rested.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh. Okay, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I have our last two regulations to present today. Both of these will be fairly brief. We'll start with Chapter 15, Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Seasons. When Wayne gets the slide up. I do not.
Why he's loading that up real quick, why do they call it recreational hunting with the bison? I noticed that out of all the hunting things, it gets to bison and it's a recreational hunting instead of just hunting season. Is that just carry over?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, I may ask Mike Choma to help if I need it, but it's my understanding it's just based on the dual classification of bison. So bison are classified as livestock in most of the state, but in the areas where we have a free-ranging wild population, they are statutorily classified as wildlife.
That sounds like a Mike answer, so yeah.
He's taught me well.
There you go, good deal.
Okay, so with respect to Chapter 15, we didn't receive much in the way of public comment. We received 11 comments, and they were basically split into two categories. There were some comments based on our original season proposal to allow bison hunting on the Kelly parcel, which was the state-owned parcel that was sold to Grand Teton National Park. Then there were also multiple comments requesting a wild bison season in the North Fork of the Shoshone drainage west of Cody. Real quick, just because I do not have a slide with respect to the Cody region, just for everyone's information, there is an agreement in place with the Forest Service that dictates when wild bison hunting occurs on the North Fork. It's been several years. I think it was the mid-2000s was the last season we actually had. The agreement that we have in place with the Forest Service is essentially if more than 15 bull bison show up outside of Yellowstone National Park, we will commence with a hunting season. If any cow bison show up, they will be removed immediately based on brucellosis concerns. And we are not there yet. We do not have sufficient numbers of bison, hence no proposed season in the North Fork. With respect to the Jackson region, this is really our only hunted bison population in the state most years. In Hunt Area 2, bison numbers in general are within objective range. Bull numbers, adult bull numbers have declined in recent years. And it's really resulted in the region just recommending hunters that have a bison license harvest any bison that they are able to. Bison movements in and out of the park and onto the refuge are
are variable and unpredictable at best. And so we encourage hunters to take the opportunities when they have it. The issue raised during public engagement was also borne out in that public comment. There was concern that bison hunting, the way we originally proposed the regulation, would not have allowed hunting on that Kelly parcel. As a result, and a change made subsequent to formal public comment, Jackson Region and we, the department, revised the Area 2 boundary description to encompass that state section. And with that, there are no other proposed changes. The department would recommend the commission adopt Chapter 15 Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Season Regulations as proposed.
All right, thank you. Again, I don't have any sheets, but just to check any information or comments by the public. Anything from the commission? Yes, sir.
Just one, Madam President. Justin, I'm looking at the I'm trying to find what page I'm on here. 15.4 of the proposed reg here. You got like just a few words lined out in red. I'm just wondering, so the recommendation is 70 on the quota, and we go over to the resident, non-resident, and it's only 69. If my math's right, 63 resident, 6 non-resident.
Yeah, President Lundvall, Commissioner, my apologies, that's my mistake as far as not presenting the stricken language there, where the words forage/weather restrict and the words notification and were also struck. It really didn't change the intent of the regulation, but I did not present that, so my apologies for that omission. With respect to your question, Commissioner, we recognize that it looks odd and do realize that 63 plus 6 is 69. The reason for that is there's a statutory provision with respect to the super tag. When the super tag was created, the statute basically says that if a non-resident wins the super tag or super tag trifecta with respect to sheep, moose, goat, bison, if they exercise that license, in this case on a bison, then that is removed from the proposed quota the next year.
Madam President, I assume there was a really good explanation. Thank you.
And in this case,
that's good.
And to clarify, I'm sorry, in this case, this was a non-resident that exercised that option. That's why we removed one from the non-resident allocation.
It's okay, the rest of us have that all memorized, so it's. Or we do now. Any other comments from the commission? Questions from the commission? All right, what is your pleasure on Chapter 15? Come on, guys, we're almost there.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve Chapter 15 as proposed by the department.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes for Chapter 15. One more. Let's talk turkeys. Sorry, you told me to say their names and I've forgotten.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the commission, last regulation to present today, Chapter 20, wild turkey season. So the department received 31 formal public comments with respect to Chapter 20 this year. Some of the more popular comments there were several expressing concern over the continued allowance of rifles during spring turkey seasons. This concern has arisen multiple times in recent years, the concern being that it's a potential safety issue. Most states, I think we are only one of 5 left, do not allow rifles during spring seasons. The reason for that is hunters are not required to wear orange during spring turkey hunting seasons. Turkeys can see color. So we have hunters that are in full camo calling turkeys in close proximity and using decoys in close proximity. That's where that concern arises. Then I should say the use of rifles and then shooting long distances. Hunters may or may not know that there's a hunter near a potential decoy. So there were also multiple comments wanting earlier spring opening dates. In recent years, the department moved to a standardized April 20th spring opener. In the past, there was a mixture of April 1 and April 20th opening dates. There was some support for some early special archery seasons associated with spring turkey hunting, and there were multiple comments requesting the Type 3 additional turkey licenses also be valid in Crook County during the spring seasons. So wild turkey management, just in general, we really emphasize spring gobbler hunting. We just recently, just this past year, converted to one statewide turkey hunt area again, so just hunt area 1. And it's really just to simplify regulations and allow hunters to hunt wherever they want with just a simple over-the-counter unlimited general license during the spring seasons. We then allow either sex of take in the fall. That's our turkey management tool. We run those seasons concurrently with big game hunting seasons. In that case, you know, the public generally doesn't express any concerns regarding the use of rifles during fall hunting seasons. In general, participation and turkey harvest during fall seasons has waned over the years and is fairly low. We also then use a Type 3 opportunities. So similar to a cow-calf elk license, a Type 3 turkey license is an additional turkey license. Hunters by the Chapter 20 regulation are limited to a total of 3 turkey licenses. Hunters can either have 1 general license and 2 Type 3 licenses, or they may opt for 3 Type 3 licenses. This applies to both the spring and the fall seasons. So we utilize these Type 3 licenses as a management tool, and in the case of spring gobbler hunting, an additional opportunity tool when populations are high. The current proposal this year is to allow spring Type 3 licenses in Natrona, Campbell, Johnson, Sheridan, and Converse counties, and then fall Type 3 additional harvest opportunities or licenses in Natrona, Campbell, Johnson, Sheridan, and Converse counties, and also on private land in Hot Springs, Crook, and Weston County. With respect to the actual proposed regulation changes this year, we set our seasons every year. We set the seasons this time for the following fall seasons and then the subsequent spring seasons after that. So we're setting spring seasons a year in advance. So with the proposed fall 2025 regulations, we are proposing to increase the Area 1, again, statewide, Type 3 license. We're proposing to increase that quota from 750 to 1,000. And we're also proposing to allow those licenses to be valid on private land in Crook, Hot Springs, and Weston counties. Then, later on in the season, from October through the end of December, we are also proposing to allow those licenses to be used in those aforementioned counties on private land. For spring 2026 hunting seasons, the proposal is to, again, modify the Type 3. In this case, the Type 3 opens April 1, and it has traditionally, it's ran through April 19th. We are proposing to extend that to May 31st closure and increase the quota from 700 to 800, and also allow those licenses to be used in Converse County. Just for everyone's clarification, the reason why the Type 3 licenses open on April 1 versus the general license open on April 20 is because we've had significant public interest in the past in some of these counties with higher turkey populations to allow that earlier spring opportunity. This also provides us the flexibility to allow that early spring opportunity when turkey populations are high, but as all wildlife populations can and do, they can fluctuate. And at a time when populations are low, we will then significantly reduce, or if we have to, eliminate that type 3 license, and we can revert back to that more conservative April 20th opener. So it just provides us extra management flexibility. The last thing with respect to turkey seasons, while this is not a provision within the Chapter 20 regulation, it is worth noting that we are when we converted to Hunt Area 1, which is the single hunt area across the state, our yellowtail wildlife habitat management area up near Cody, up by Level, used to have its own hunt area. When we made it a single hunt area statewide, we recognized we could potentially flood participation in that pretty sought-after WHMA. So we will now convert that to, well, within that WHMA, it's an HMA, which is a hunter management area. So that's part of our Access Yes program. We'll have a finite number of permission slips at 10 per week that will allow access on that. And the last thing I should note, and certainly due to the influx of public comments and just comments we've been hearing for a while now with respect to rifles during spring turkey seasons, we plan to commission, as part of our traditional harvest survey this spring, we will be soliciting input from hunters on the continued use of rifles during spring seasons. And that's all I have with respect to Chapter 20. The department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 20 wild turkey hunting season regulations as proposed. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I do. Did the department consider year-round, open season, take by any means, any wild turkey in Natrona County? By any means possible? With a no-fee license? Did you guys consider that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Masterson, if you work in the Casper office and you have a cell phone, you've probably considered that. We have a really increased take of turkeys both within and outside the city limits through Chapter 56 permits,
right,
and other means.
And I do appreciate that. And but my serious question is, I looked for any sort of population estimate of turkeys. I didn't see one in the packet. It's not driving my opinion on this, but I was just curious if there are any population estimates out there, and Brandon might know the answer to that. But
President Lenvall, Commissioner Masterson, we do not estimate turkey populations. We certainly analyze harvest data and we look at trends. We have a lot of anecdotal information that we compile, and I guess suffice it to say, we know when turkey populations are up due to nuisance issues, even outside of city limits. High turkey populations, even in rural communities, can cause nuisance issues as they invade, rural subdivisions, things like that. We also, in the Black Hills, where we have, it's certainly the most prized area in the state to hunt turkeys with all the public land on the Black Hills National Forest. We estimate 45% of the harvest pressure or hunter numbers actually occur in the Black Hills. And in that area where we've long had a management emphasis on maintaining quality turkey hunting opportunities, there are long-term brood and poult production surveys that we do. And so while it only applies to birds in the Black Hills, we do estimate poult production and survival from that, and therefore can infer its influence on population trends.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or concerns from the commission? Any public comment at all or online about turkeys? All right, what is the commission's pleasure on Chapter 20?
I would move we accept the department's recommendation as proposed.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion? Do I have a second?
I will reluctantly second, given the lack of any means of take in Natrona County. For all of you listening, I love turkeys. Don't write me. I love turkeys. I do. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. And with that, Thank you very much for all of your hard work, as well as all those that have also worked on this.
Yes.
We're
Great job.
very, oh no, it's all agreed. Obviously, lots and lots of work goes into this, and I know we try to get through it quickly, but we do understand how much work goes in, and it's very much appreciated. And so thank you to everyone who was involved in getting us all this information and being so thorough and as succinct as possible. So we really do appreciate that.
Madam Chair, Director Bruce, members of the commission, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It's so much better than Doug did it.
Shots fired.
Wow. And on that note, all right, so we're going to go back now. I know we've gotten a little off schedule here. We're going to go back to the beginning, number 7. It's my understanding that Chris McBarnes had to get Pete back, but Brianna is going to come and give us an update on the Wildlife Fund.
Hello, President Lumball, Commissioners, Director Bruce. I am standing in for Chris McBarnes. I am Brianna Ball. I am the Program Director for Wildlife for Tomorrow, which is a program of the Wildlife Fund. And I will be presenting and providing an update on the work that we have been doing at the Wildlife Fund. Okay, so as you may be aware, the Wildlife Fund works with a variety of large foundations and donors to raise funds for conservation work across the state. We're expanding that portfolio by looking at creative ways for folks to give, and we have been really exploring legacy gifts. And so we are honored to share that we have an individual out of Buffalo, Wyoming, who chose to include in their estate plan the gift of their home and their car. So this is really exciting. These assets will go to support big game habitat conservation efforts in our state upon their passing. And so this is just a really creative way to expand the resources for fundraising. And so for those folks who do want to look into what this may look like for them and explore just what legacy gifting is, there are resources on our website. We are also really happy to announce that we received a contribution from Wilberforce Foundation for $60,000 to go towards habitat improvement across the state as well. And this actually makes $447,000 available for habitat projects. So moving into some of our summer funding, we are really excited to share that the South Kemmer Highway Crossing Project is scheduled to go out to bid through WYDOT in July. And just as a reminder, the Wildlife Fund and Wildlife for Tomorrow has contributed over $900,000 to this project. We are also going to be contributing $100,000 to convert 15 miles of woven wire fence to wildlife-friendly fencing in the Red Desert Initiative. This project is amazing. Just last year, we did some research with Hall Sawyer, identified some areas where woven wire was preventing pronghorn from accessing winter range, and within about a year and a half, we'll have converted about 38 miles of woven wire fence to wildlife-friendly fence, and that's through the work of Amy Anderson out of Lander as well. Just a great project. We're looking forward to going into the second phase this summer. We are also sending up to $608,000 toward 5 projects in the Upper Green, converting about 22 miles of fencing in the sublet mule deer migration corridor. So just to put this into perspective, this summer, that's over $2 million that's going on the ground toward improving habitat across the state. We are also undergoing a strategic plan update at the Wildlife Fund. And so, as you may be aware, over the last 5 years, the Wildlife Fund has grown tremendously. We've been pulled in various directions. And so under former Director Brian Nesbitt, who was also a former board member of the fund, we started to develop a strategic plan process. And so our goal is to really create a clear, concise plan to help guide our staff at the fund in the overall direction of the fund.
And so this will play a big role in guiding our board decisions, assist our staff, and then clarify objectives for our stakeholders. So through the work of our strategic planning committee and our board, we revised our vision statement and our values. And then we are undergoing stakeholder engagement interviews right now. We have about 20 stakeholders that we're engaging with, getting their feedback. Chris and I will then analyze all of their responses and put together a draft strategic plan and present that to the Wildlife Fund Board in August. A little bit about the program that I oversee. Our goal is really to evolve the conservation funding model by providing the funding mechanism for the recreation, tourism, and hospitality industries to give back to conservation in very creative ways. Over the past few months, I've been on the ground a lot connecting with businesses across the state to get them on board and to teach them a little bit about what we're doing to hit the non-consumptive users and broaden the resources for conservation across our state. I'm happy to say that we will be launching the Wild Blonde Ale with Altitude Chop House in Laramie. This is a fantastic partnership between the Altitude Chop House in Laramie, the University of Wyoming, and Wildlife for Tomorrow. We had a graduate student create the label for us, and they've been a great partner. It allows them to gain some career experience by working in a professional setting. $1 from each pint sold from the beer will go back to conservation projects in the state of Wyoming. We're really looking forward to, as well, to contributing to some of the projects that we have going on. We are contributing funds to the Red Desert Fence Initiative. That's the fence initiative I just talked about, and also to Highway 189. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you for that update. Any questions? Thank you so much. All right, Josh.
Good afternoon, President Lumval, members of the commission, Director Bruce. Here today to seek vote on 2 new licensed selling agents and 1 transfer. The new agents that we have for application are Thane Hardware. This would be the only agent in Thane. We currently have none. The second new application is for Free Flow Motion Works, doing business as Free Flow Outdoors in Laramie. There are 11 agents in Laramie, but in 2024 there were sales of just over $1 million there. The transfer that we have is Crowheart Store, doing business as Crowheart Store. Prior owner had sales of $8,540 in 2024, so easily met that $1,000 minimum statutory requirement. With that, the department recommends the commission to vote to approve the new Thane Hardware LLC license in Thane, the new Free Flow Motion Works LLC license in Laramie, and approve the transfer license for Crowheart Store LLC in Crowheart. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions from the commission?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you say, if I may, Free Flow Motion Works, did you say that's a new application?
President Lumval, excuse me, Commissioner Masterson, yes,
Okay.
that's a new application.
And you said 11 agents in Laramie, I think you said?
There is, yes.
You're comfortable that a 12th can be added, and we're not going to dilute anybody's, substantially dilute anybody's?
I would say we wouldn't substantially dilute. I do have numbers here on all the different agents in Laramie as far as their sales go. West Laramie Fly Store is continually one of our highest sellers in Laramie. So last year there was exactly $1,028,847.27 in sales in Laramie. $495,948.50 of that did come from West Laramie Fly Store. Comparatively, Laramie Regional Office did just over $174,000. And then third would have been Walmart with $144,000. Then things are kind of spread around between the other 8. So
Okay. But at least on this basis, you're comfortable we're not going to be flooding the market with licenses and making the other license selling agents
No,
up in arms?
to that, I would say, you know, of course, it's hard to say. I think there's enough business there to go around. That statutory requirement is, of course, the $1,000. You know, I'm a free enterprise guy, so I don't really think it's up to me or the department to kind of control the competition there, if you will.
Just to be clear, I'm not trying to pick winners and losers. I want a license to be available easily. I just am trying to get a gauge on where that is, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion?
I would move that we approve the 2 new and 1 transfer as per the department recommendation.
All right, Commissioner Jolovich makes the motion. Any discussion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Haskell seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roy's coming up.
President Lundvall, members of the Commission, Director Bruce. This morning I just have one property rights project to present. That would be the Miller Lane Public Access Area in Glen Rock. I'd like to give just a brief history on this project real quick while I was getting the presentation pulled up. We had one other landowner we were working with up in this area a couple years ago. Unfortunately, that landowner did back out of that project over the course of the next year. And so I gave an update to the commission back in November that we have another landowner to work with out there to get public access for boating. And so I'm happy to announce I have a landowner agreement in hand currently. And so as long as the commission agrees that this is a good project, then we can move forward with it. I can finalize that easement very quickly after this meeting. So I'll give some details of the project. So let me get that map up. So this is the location of the Miller Lane Public Access Area in Glen Rock. This is the town of Glen Rock. It's directly north of the town limits. You can see on this map, looking from the left, the west to the east is the North Platte River running down through the map there. That's where our public access easement will be. Deer Creek runs directly to the north and combines with the North Platte River in this location as well. The access to this is off of the I-25 service road runs down through the middle of Glen Rock. Miller Lane runs directly north from that highway, and so has really good access for the public as well. And I'll show this map zoomed in just a minute so you can see what we're looking at. Okay, so like I said, it's located just north of Glen Rock. We think this is a great location for families and kids to get out there and go fishing on these fishing easements. So we like the location a lot. It's a new public access area for access to the North Platte River and Deer Creek, and it will be a boat ramp installed. We're working with S&C Properties to grant the easement, and the access is from the end of Miller Lane, like I said, a city street, to a parking area along the North Platte River and a boat ramp. We do plan to install a comfort station out there at some point before too long. That was one of the requests of the landowner. So we have facilities for the public to use as well. And access will be from sun up to sundown each day. This is an RV park that they own. And so there's people living out there in those RVs, and so we don't want people out there at night, which makes sense. And then as far as fish out there, it's a blue ribbon water with at least 600 pounds of trout per mile in this area. And we have rainbow trout, brown trout, and cutthroat trout. And in Deer Creek, there's green sunfish, stonecat, and some brook trout. And this project does include some fishing easements along the banks of the North Platte River and Deer Creek. So we'll talk about the terms a little bit here. That's a permanent easement with a total cost of $110,000. So a one-time payment, no additional payments to landowner after that one payment. This boat ramp will reduce boat pressure on the river, and I'll show that on a map in just a minute. We have received a grant from the Converse County Sportsman for Wildlife Group of $10,000 to help pay for that easement, so we're appreciative of them for contributing to the project with some funds. We have some fishing easements that will be 20 foot high from the high water line mark along the bank, and there's also some walking easements. So the fishing easements, the high water line mark along the bank of the river, they extend out 20 foot wide up onto the bank. Then they extend to the middle of the river so the public can fish out in that location, as long as the landowner does own to the middle of the river, which there's one location I'll show on the map that they don't own, and we have a walking easement instead. So we're requesting the remainder cost of $100,000 to be paid with conservation stamp access funds today. And I did reach out to the Commerce County Commissioners. They did send a letter of support for the project, so that gives us the ability to use those funds. So here's a map that shows the boat ramps along the North Platte River in this location. You have the Muddy Bridge boat ramp, which is located on the western side, and it's a 4-mile stretch downstream to the Rabbit Hill boat ramp. And currently, it's a 7-mile stretch from Rabbit Hill down to the Dave Johnston Power Plant public access area. If this public access area is put in place, it'll be a 3-mile stretch from Rabbit Hill down to Miller Lane, and then an additional 4-mile stretch down to Dave Johnston, just give a little more locations for the public to access the river. Then here's a map just kind of zoomed in showing the public access area. I'll start with everything in red on this map. Miller Lane terminates, which is a city street, terminates at the southern boundary of the RV park. So you have a public access easement that runs north along the existing road, and it cuts off the river and it runs up to that polygon in red. That's where the parking area and boat launch will be located. Everything on blue on this map along the banks is fishing easements, those 20-foot wide fishing easements for the public to walk along the bank and fish. So that's North Platte side and Deer Creek side. And everything in yellow on this map is a walking easement, so the public can get from one side of the peninsula to the other along the northern boundary of the property. And then that one spot on the west side, the landowner does not own to the river, so we have a walking easement just to ensure the public doesn't trespass in that location. Okay, I got a few pictures. This is some drone footage we took back in 2023 when we were working on this originally. This is taken from the west looking towards the east, North Platte River running down through there. And then you can see the RV park on the right-hand side. And then the actual parking area, if you look on the map towards the bank of the North Platte River, there's a little round bare patch in that picture. That's about the location where the parking area and boat launch will be located. And the RV park is actually expanding into that forested area right there on the map. And so we worked with them with their design to make sure that we weren't having issues with what they're planning to do for additional RV spots. This is another drone picture from inside the river showing the bank of the North Platte River. You can see the RV park in the foreground. And then if you look kind of on the bank there, you can see some brown cattails. That's about the location where the boat ramp will be located once this is complete. And then this is another drone picture showing the Deer Creek side of it, RV park there on the lower right-hand side. And then we'll have fishing easements along the bank of the river of Deer Creek right there as well. I just wanted to show one low flow picture as well. This was taken back in early March, showing Deer Creek. The S&C Properties bank is on the left-hand side there. And so we'll have the ability, based on this easement, to clean up the shoreline as well and get some of the trees out of the way so the public can get down there easier and fish over time. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, but the department recommends the commission vote to approve the acquisition of a permanent access easement for the Miller Lane public access area for $100,000 and approve the use of conservation stamp access funds.
Thank you, Roy. Any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the commission?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So because there's always one, right?
Sure.
Is the department solely responsible for the enforcement of making sure that the easement is honored? Daylight?
President Linville, Commissioner Haskell, yes, we will be involved with it's our responsibility because it's our easement to maintain it and ensure that the enforcement happens. And we do have a game warden stationed right there in Glen Rock who has been involved in this process and will be able to help out with that.
Okay. Well, sometimes when, wardens go on vacation or whatever else, as a county or city offered to help, or is that going to require another warden?
No, we haven't had any response from them. We haven't asked them. I
Okay.
guess that's typically our responsibility.
Sure, all right, thank you.
Madam Chair, do you still love me? I have a question.
Always.
Can you go back to slide 5? This is that overview map
Okay.
that you had up. My question is, as I read that map, nope, keep going.
Further?
There you go.
That's the one. I see obviously where the proposed easement is. It looks like there is a 3-stream-mile stretch. Does that indicate that there's an easement to access that 3-mile stretch upriver?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, you mean uphill from the Miller Lane one?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, there's a public access area of Rabbit Hill, so they can put in the river there, and they can float down the river down to, currently, they legally need to float the river all the way down to the Dave Johnson Power Plant.
As long as you don't touch the bottom.
Yeah.
But there's no shore access.
No.
Okay, and there's no shore access below the Miller Lane? Or there might be, but we're.
There's no legal access that we have.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Legal, an important word. All right, what's the pleasure of the commission? Can you put the slide back up that tells them what they're supposed to say? They're getting tired.
Well, Madam Chair, since I've already got mine pulled up,
Good deal.
I will make a motion that we approve the department's recommendation for this one-time payment of this access easement per the department's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Do I have a second?
I will second the motion with an objection to the good commissioner stepping into the district I represent.
You're welcome.
He never just makes a second. All right, do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. McCreary.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, I want to thank you for giving us the time to present and give an update on the Trout in the Classroom program and highlight the program's growth and trajectory and partnership between Wyoming Trout Unlimited and Wyoming Game and Fish. Presenting with me today is the NLC rep from Wyoming TU, Jim Isong, who's been instrumental to the program's growth through advocacy of this program and through the council. I'm going to turn this over to Jim as he'll lead the presentation.
Madam President Lundvall and Director Bruce and Commissioners, what Ian basically said is that, yes, I have the time. I'm a retired curmudgeon now. I've been with Trout Unlimited for 20 years. I've been 10 years with Wyoming TU as their treasurer, and now I'm sort of the de facto person to contact for a program we want to update you on. I have nothing controversial. We're going to update you on a great program, and you're going to give yourselves a pat on the back because of what Wyoming Game and Fish Department does, working with Wyoming TU and TU National for trout in the classroom. So, real quickly, I'm going to cut this down because I know. I taught for 20 years. I read the room. I read my students. I'm going to move. Okay. So knowing that, I also want to tell you that I'm one of your instructors for the Wyoming Game and Fish Camp up at Whiskey Mountain. Thank you. what a great program that is. We're going to have to expand that to more than one weekend, I'm telling you. It's a great program. Okay, and I've been working with Ashley Leonard with Wyoming Game and Fish for about 2 years. And now we have somebody designated for Wyoming Game and Fish for Trout in the Classroom, Katie Schlafke, if you didn't know that. Okay, so hands-on STEM learning. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The schools that we work with are thrilled to have Trout in the Classroom within their schools because that's a means by which to cover their STEM learning for their students. Students raise trout from eggs to fry directly in the classroom. They are in the application process. They get a 55-gallon aquarium. They get all the pumps and chillers and everything else that they need to raise trout from rainbow trout, from eggs to fry. That equipment costs about $1,800 per school. And it covers the key science concepts, ecology, water quality, fish anatomy, entomology, bug science, and conservation. We're aligned with the Wyoming Science Standards and supported by Wyoming Trout Unlimited and Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Next slide, please. Do you have your little clicker? There we go. So students learn how to monitor tank water quality in order to learn more about water systems and anticipating what questions the commissioners might have. That's the reason why the program works really well in middle schools, 4th through about 7th grade. The kids are not jaded like high school students like I had. They really like helping their teachers. Every week they have to change out about half the water that's necessary to do it with a 5-gallon bucket. It's just the reason why we actually, with the applicants, discourage young elementary classrooms, simply because the kids can't help the instructor very much with, growing these fish, like I said about, changing the water and such. And it ends up that the teacher ends up doing everything, and they get burned out, having to be there on the weekends and feeding them and so forth. So they also learn an appreciation for aquatic habitats, ecosystems. We really hit them hard, of course, being with Trout Unlimited with conservation ethics. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Trout in the Classroom, when it starts, October, Wyoming TU, Wyoming Game and Fish Department approves the list of schools and the programs for the year. We've gotten the applications. They start usually in about July. November, teachers are going to receive their tanks, try to get them in to the classrooms, get them going before they go away for Christmas break. January, the schools receive the eggs and begin raising trout in their classroom. This is when rubber hits the road. I'm in charge of kind of coordinating between Game and Fish, those that have raised the eggs in the hatcheries, and I coordinate with the local Wyoming chapters, the Trout Unlimited chapters. We're the ones that get out there and deliver eggs to all the schools. That takes a lot of road miles to do that because they got to get it done in a hurry. They're cold and so forth, but they need to get in the tanks. I can tell you, for example, that the Wyoming Trout Unlimited
the Powder River Basin chapter. They, in that particular day in February, they drove 590 miles in getting these eggs to the schools. In May, the students released the eggs that are in designated water systems that are not allowed to release the eggs in any kind of a pond or whatever the case might be that has an outlet to a river. That's, working with Wyoming Game and Fish to do that. So the schools may have to get on a bus and drive a little bit to release their eggs. Here again, another anecdote for the reason, and just so that if you ever get parents that are asking you questions, well, why isn't my second grader involved in this program? Here's my anecdote. Little elementary kids start naming their fish. And every day go in there and want to know how their little fish is doing in the tank. It's not easy for them to release the fish. Especially when we tell them that, well, maybe not much of a chance that they're going to, become a 20-pound trout, that when they're only this big as fry, when they release them in May, they become bigger trout food. So, and we have to do that. So it's a growing program. Just on the right, again, Trout in the Classroom, Wyoming TU started in January of 2021 with 6 schools. We provided the equipment and the technology and the education curriculum. In 24 and 25, working with Wyoming Game and Fish Department, finding more monies for this program, you can see we had 66 schools participating in the program. We had 4 repeat schools in that year. Today, and right now in 2025, we have 67 schools that are participating with 47 repeat schools. We had to say no to 14 schools this past year, and I can give you the background on why some of those schools were rejected. I don't like to use, maybe not they were rejected, but we told them maybe next year. A couple of them were kindergarten classes. Not a good idea. We had a couple of homeschools. Just bang for the buck. We can't justify spending $1,800 for all the equipment and delivering eggs for a homeschool which may only have 2 students. And so, we told them maybe next year if there's money, possibility, but not likely. By 2030, Wyoming TU, we want to have at least 100 schools participating in the program. I can tell you right now, just my own feelings, with 67 schools right now, most of them are on the western, southwestern parts of the state, down there, Laramie and Encampment, where Ian's from. The eastern part of the state, we're not getting a lot of applications simply because not a lot of trout habitat going to that point. Community involvement, our TU volunteers, Wyoming Game and Fish employees, the community members, I mean, they're all excited about this program. You get lots of press. So, a strong partnership, again, it's a collaborative effort between National TU, Wyoming TU, we have 17 chapters locally in the state, and of course, Wyoming Game and Fish. Last slide. So, when I go in and work with, I have a presentation I do in Southwest Wyoming. I live in Mountain View, Uinta County. And when I go into the classrooms and do my presentation on, what do trout eat? Basic macroinvertebrates. And, I work with them when we go out in the stream and kick up some rocks and look for things and so forth. And I tell them that stoneflies are what we're looking for. Because if I can find stoneflies in a stream, that's a great stream. That's a healthy stream. We talk about, you know, the fact of Betis and caddis. Kids don't understand that Betis and caddis live on the bottom of the stream for 2 years before they hatch, live for 24 hours and die after they've managed to recreate themselves. And I get little kids, you know, really? Mayflies only live for 24 hours after they come to the surface? Yeah, they're learning things. And usually what happens is, if I'm taking kids out and we're kicking up rocks in the stream, they're gone. The rest of the day, they're just, you know, playing around the water, and I'm trying to herd cats. That's what happens. But we also do, I myself do, and other leaders in the Wyoming local chapters, we go out and we tie flies. In the upper right-hand corner, that's my little buddy in Evanston. He's dang proud of his woolly bugger. I told him, you make them as ugly as you possibly can, because they're great fish getters. Upper left, you know, that's just an example of what these students every day, they're coming into class and they're measuring ammonia, they're measuring nitrite, they're measuring nitrate. They're learning how to take measurements, they're learning how to make sure they're done properly every day. They're learning to become little biologists. And in the bottom right hand corner, just an example of press that we get in the local media. In this case, East Side students. So with that, Madam President Lundvall and Director Bruce and Commissioners, I stand for your questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the commission?
They finally
They've
shut down
turned
my
off his
mic.
mic.
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. I have a comment on this program, which is thank you, because it's phenomenal. And I really appreciate you doing it. And I have a collateral question for Trout Unlimited, but not about this program.
Could I, very quickly, Madam President and Commissioner Masterson, anticipating, and I didn't mention, last year, Wyoming TU, we committed $48,000 to this project. And, you know, and we're getting monies from Wyoming Game and Fish Department, but more than anything else from Wyoming Game and Fish, we're getting the cooperation and collaboration for delivering these eggs and raising those eggs. This next year, we already have $20,000 committed from Wyoming TU, some monies from National TU, but quite frankly, National TU is dealing with a lot more things right now on their plate with getting monies cut, and we're not sure, but we're going to continue this program. We've got monies committed. Sorry, Commissioner Masterson. Do you have anything else for me?
You want me to, I have a collateral question to you.
A long collateral question?
I will be.
Or one that you guys can chat about here in a little bit when we're done with everything else?
No, it's something I need the commission to do.
Okay, go ahead.
So, with your permission, Madam Chair, and maybe I'll just cut. I was going to ask you to talk about the Seminole project, but instead of that, I'll just hold forth for a minute. The Seminole, you guys all aware of this? I was not aware of this project till 6 weeks ago when I got a blast email from Trout Unlimited. Apparently, it's been in the works for a while. It is a pumped storage project that proposes to build a reservoir up above Seminole, cycle about 10,000 acre feet or so of water a day.
900.
Well, whatever. Anyway, to cycle water in and out of Seminole. And I think how about I just leave it at this? I think it bears very close watching by the department. I know the department is watching it. I know they are very engaged in it. But what troubles me is that it has been under the radar. And, you know, Seminole kind of feeds an important stretch of river around here. And what troubles me is people I talk to don't know about it. So I wanted to just use this platform to just voice that concern, make everybody aware, because I would hate to see it sneak under the radar, and we don't. I know the department's on it. I know that. I just think the public needs to be aware. So that's all I had.
Madam
Thank you.
President Lundvall and Director Bruce and Commissioners, I appreciate it. And I'm going to preface these are my personal comments. Please don't go back to Wyoming TU and said, well, you know, his song said this and that became gospel. No. Ian and I fished Miracle Mile yesterday. I don't come up to Casper for Mountain View without my gear and hitting the mile. That's no two ways about it. The proposed project on Seminole Reservoir came onto our radar 2 months ago. And, you know, that kind of bothered us that, you know, no one knew what was going on. Since then, Trout Unlimited National, Wyoming TU has some questions that may not have been considered that looking at that. I'm just, in the interest of time, I'm just going to tell you that personally, there's got to be a better place to put that project. What an incredible treasure Miracle Mile and the North Platte coming through Wyoming is. It's a project that probably has to be done to provide electricity on the grid. Find a better place for it. Those are my personal comments. Ian, you got anything you want to say quick?
If you have any questions specifically about the Seminole Pump Project, we are working with TU staff. Patrick Harrington or Leslie Steen would be a good person to contact. We believe that energy and conservation are not mutually exclusive, but our goal is to ensure that cold water fisheries and critical wildlife habitat are protected when advocating for this project. Our advocacy right now is basically focusing on sending out action alerts to our grassroots members across the state and the nation. When we had public comment, I think there was at least one comment from a representative from every state when we posted public comment on this project. And as Commissioner Masterson had said, this is a proposed 900 megawatt renewable energy facility above Seminole project. And right now, TU staff is leading a fish and wildlife focused coalition with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, and the TU Council, Wyoming TU Council, to ensure that aquatic and terrestrial concerns are addressed.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Nelson.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for inviting me.
How can I not indulge Sean?
Good afternoon, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, and members of the Commission. I'm Dana Nelson, non-game mammal biologist for the Game and Fish Department, and I'm excited to provide you today with a presentation on our State Wildlife Action Plan, and I will be asking for your vote to approve our list of species of greatest conservation need for the 2027 State Wildlife Action Plan revision. All right. I figured first I would take this opportunity to provide you with a definition of what the State Wildlife Action Plan is, or the SWAP, as it's much easier to say. We often describe the SWAP as a proactive, comprehensive conservation strategy. And that's because this plan addresses the health and diversity of all of our fish and wildlife species with a goal of preventing the need for listings or future listings under the Endangered Species Act. And Wyoming has had a SWAP since the inception of the State Wildlife and Tribal Grants Program in 2005. And by having a SWAP and meeting the set forth requirements of this program, we become eligible for those state wildlife grant funds to the tune of $860,000 per year. And this is a key source of funding for those species of greatest conservation need, which is very important for our non-game fish and wildlife work. All right, so yes, as I mentioned, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service sets forth certain requirements of this SWAP that make us eligible for that state wildlife grant funding. One of those elements is that we do have to revise the SWAP every 10 years. Our last one was in 2017, so here we are getting ready for the 2027 revision. There are 8 total elements, and I don't feel like stepping through those point by point, but a synthesis of them is up here. Our first step is we have to identify these SGCN, or species of greatest conservation need, and the habitats crucial for their conservation. We have to thoroughly evaluate and discuss the key conservation challenges for those species and their habitats, as well as actions to conserve them. And then we're required to discuss monitoring and research needs. And finally, it's blacked out in gray, but what that slide would have also described is we have to provide a framework that describes the involvement of stakeholders and the public and really demonstrate that this is a plan for the entire state. All right, a few of our SGCN are featured as photos on this slide. I figured I would go into what that designation means. You all saw the list in your packets, a lot of information there for a lot of species. But I wanted to iterate that this designation is based on biology and it is a non-regulatory designation. However, if a species has this SGCN status, it becomes eligible for funding, both the state wildlife grant funding that I mentioned, as well as other federal sources. If you turn in a grant application for NRCS, for example, you can check a box that it's going to benefit SGCN and you become eligible for more dollars. And finally, in the department, this SGCN status is very helpful and useful when we are commenting and discussing mitigation. All right, and so to do this, to decide what becomes SGCN, we take a careful look at about 700 species of fish and wildlife that are thought to breed in the state of Wyoming, and we evaluate them according to their population status and limiting factors. So basically, for each of those about 700 species, we have experts taking a look at the species abundance and distribution within the state of Wyoming. Once they feel comfortable with assigning it a status, they're basically putting it in one of 4 bins, ranging from imperiled all the way to expanding. After that, they take a look at what are the factors that are limiting populations of these species in Wyoming. That includes things like invasive species, disease, genetics, the items listed there, but basically they assign it a severity score. Again, 1 through 4, and the combination of that row and column gives this cutoff for what becomes an SGCN. You can see, and I think you might have seen in the packet that we shared with you, there's a little bit of information here. The most important one is that based on where it belongs in that row and column combination, if it scores out as NSS 1 through 4, we consider it as an SGCN, and if it's higher than that, we don't. I also think it's important to mention, though, that there are some species that we know breed in the state of Wyoming, but for which we do not have enough information to give it a population status. An example of that I'm always talking about is we have several shrew species for which we only have like 8 records in all time. We know they breed here. That's not quite enough to tell us a population status. So some of the species on the list that you received are considered as SGCN, but with a status of NSSU for unknown. And in the interest of time, I won't go through this in great detail, but I wanted to mention that reiterate, I guess, that this evaluation of SGCN is based on biology, but once that cutoff is made, we do make an effort to kind of prioritize those. You saw that the list is quite long, and so going through and including some of those other factors that matter for prioritizing our conservation dollars is what we do once a species has made it to that SGCN status, talking about things like our actual ability to implement conservation action, the urgency, trying to anticipate regulatory and monetary impacts of listing. Those are all things that go into those calculations. Ooh, getting ahead of myself. Okay, and then plants. For SGCN plants, we were lucky to build off of work done by the Wyoming Natural Diversity Database. In just 2024, they looked at approximately 4,000 species of plants that are present in Wyoming and assigned each of those species a status according to Wyoming's contribution to their overall range and then the rarity of that plant in the state of Wyoming. And so using that rank or those statuses that WINS, the Wyoming Natural Diversity Database, compiled, we decided to classify as SGCN just those species that would end up in the top left corner of that matrix. So pretty high contribution of Wyoming to the overall persistence of that species, and then they have to be in the top 2 tiers of rarity. And so what this shook out to is that long list that we shared, 308 proposed SGCN. I have a slide here that shows the breakdown by different taxonomic groups. You can see the numbers vary. Just 9 amphibians and crustaceans, 55 plants, up to 89 birds. Birds has the most. And so to place that in context, I wanted to compare those numbers to what we ranked out in 2017. And you can perceive that there is a net gain. In 2017, we had 229 SGCN. This time around, we're proposing 308. 55 of those are plant species. That's a good chunk of them. And you might be thinking, Wyoming Game and Fish does not have statutory authority over plants, but we did choose to propose them based on the fact that a lot of our habitat work can support the conservation of these species. And by including plants in your SWAP, we have the chance of becoming eligible for additional federal funding. So that's 55 of the increase. We added 41 fish and wildlife species. We removed 17 from the list. And then one other point that I wanted to make is that there were just over 40 species that last time around we classified as NSSU for unknown. This time around we were able to rank them. So those SWIG dollars are being put to good work for inventories that are helping us learn about these species. So with approval of these SGCN, that's an important step, and I figured I'd just fly through pretty quick what the next few stages of our SWAP revision include. And I want to, at this point in time, acknowledge that we have hired a SWAP coordinator, Rhiannon Jacopak, who is really leading the charge on these pieces here. So with Rhiannon at the helm, we're trying to modernize and make sure that everything's up to date using updated GIS layers, but we're also trying to honor the amount of work that went into the 2017 revision, building off the good work that folks have already done. So for the habitats, we plan to keep it pretty similar to what was done in 2017. For the challenges and actions that I mentioned earlier, we are taking a look at what has already been written, but Rhiannon is bringing us up to date by using standardized terms and involving external stakeholders every step of the way, and we're completing this for all the SGCN and all of their habitats. And then finally, we will be working on describing the monitoring, making sure that we document and encourage stakeholder involvement and public involvement through things like press releases, public surveys, and these working groups. I wanted to mention here that the final plan has a lot of stages of review. We are going to put it out for public comment for at least 30 days. Each step of this plan, each piece is reviewed by our Habitat and Technical Advisory Group, as well as an interagency advisory team 10 different agencies that Rhiannon assembled that are taking a look at each of this. We plan to bring it back to you all and for approval. And we will also be sending it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They have another state review the swap to make sure we have met all the requirements. So that, along with this timeline, is all just to say, that's why we're talking about a plan for 2027 and 2025. There are a lot of stages of review. And then my final slide here is to point out that there's a lot of people involved in this. Even just developing the SGCN list, there were 60 department employees and WIND employees who contributed to this ranking. Every piece of this has been reviewed and advised by our Habitat Technical Advisory Group. And then I finally listed all the different agencies that are part of that interagency advisory team who've already provided some great feedback. So that is all I have prepared for you all today. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? A lot of information by a lot of people. Thank
Madam
you for
Chairman?
sharing that. Yes, sir.
I would move with honor to motion this commission to approve the proposed list of species of the greatest conservation need for the State Wildlife Action Plan for 2027.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? And I guess I have a question. This is just to kind of get the process started. Okay. Right. Is that what you're requesting? Is
We
what's on our
are
packet?
requesting a vote for approval, President Lundvall.
Because this is just the proposed list. This is just to get the process going. Okay.
Mhm.
You'll be back in a couple of years to talk about it again.
Can't wait, President Lundvall.
Neither can we. All right, any other questions? All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. God go with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. All right, John Henningsen, there we go. You said you were on.
Good afternoon.
He said he was on fire.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'm here to talk about grazing, livestock grazing on our relatively new Mule Creek WHMA. I do have some slides, and we'll start showing you that in a second. In my most briefest, if I had no presentation whatsoever, I would just say, please approve my plan to graze on Mule Creek WHMA. That is what we're getting at here, but I do have some information. So Mule Creek WHMA just came into the fold, into the department as commission-owned property in 2024. We still have the gray bar on the bottom, but I don't think that should affect me. Yeah, brand new. It is mixed ownership. We, the commission, owns the west half-ish, and the east half is under permanent conservation easement. This is in the heart of Elk Hunt Area 7 in North Albany County. New commissioners, I recommend we go on a field trip someday. You can help me fix fence. Diverse habitats, lots of sagebrush and mixed shrub steppe, mixed conifer and aspen, lots of wet meadows, lots of grass. All of our public access is via one designated parking area, and we restrict the public to horseback and foot traffic. Why do we want to graze on a WHMA? It's a historic use. It's Wyoming. We favor livestock grazing. It's good for the land. It's sustainable use. We remove decadent vegetation and get new grass to grow. The elk and the deer seem to like Our proposal is for a moderate to high-intensity grazing in short duration, and there are a couple of different pastures, and I'll show you some maps of those pastures, but I won't dwell too much on exactly how we're going to graze. In our stipulations for finding a grazing partner, which I'll refer sometimes to as our lessee, in our stipulations, we made it so that they would be grazing a maximum of 60 days between May and the end of September. And payments from the lessee to us would happen through area improvement project agreements. So rather than cash payments to us as a department, we take work and projects. As with any grazing plan, we will go out there and do range monitoring. So that involves lots of different things, both for me and the people I work with and the grazers themselves. We used a competitive application process to find a lessee, and we reached out to all of the neighbors up there and said, who's interested in this? And then had them come meet with us and then submit their proposals to us. Like, what can you bring to the table as far as grazers? And so the grazer, and we've already chosen them, is Garrett Henry with the 88 Ranch. Garrett Henry with the 88 Ranch also happens to be the owner of half of Mule Creek WHMA. So the eastern half that is under permanent conservation easement, that land is owned by 88 Ranch, Garrett Henry. The grazing pastures that I'm talking about, I'm only talking about grazing on commission-owned parcels of the WHMA. And so that's the west half of the WHMA, and it's about 2,590 acres. And that does not include some BLM and state parcels that are within us. So managed lands that are within the WHMA. But 88 Ranch already holds 10-year leases on those state grazing parcels, and also has held for over a decade annual leases on those BLM parcels. So 88 Ranch has already been grazing this property and is very familiar with it. In discussions of how to improve the grazing management of these lands, Garrett Henry with 88 Ranch is proposing a couple of new cross fences that would help us divvy up pastures a little bit better. And so currently there's only one cross fence to speak of within the 2,590 acres that we have as commission deeded land. We'd like to do a new east-west cross fence that would divvy up a couple pastures, and then a north-south cross fence that keeps cattle contained higher up on the mountain later in the season and gets them off of some of the low ground. So we've been in cahoots talking about new fences to improve range management. Like I mentioned, we won't take payment from our grazer in the form of cash. Instead, it would be these area improvement project agreements. And we've already been doing mini habitat enhancement projects on this property. Game and Fish has been involved in this property since helping on habitat enhancements since 2011 at least. Prescribed fire, removing conifers from aspen, removing junipers from meadows, converting fences to wildlife friendly, developing springs, putting out tire tanks, that kind of thing. All of those projects will continue both like in-house and as well as like in collaboration with our grazing partnership. So, my final slide. that is my recommendation, and I can stand for questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Yes,
Commissioner Robinson?
Madam President, this is the same leasing from that had it prior, that we're renewing it with them?
It's not really a renewal, but it is the same person who has been on it for over a decade.
Yeah.
The agreement that was in place before us, he leased from RMEF when RMEF held it there for a few years. And he also leased from the previous owners. And I've got lots of services division folks that have been on the ground a lot longer than me that can, if you have even more detailed questions.
These folks are salt of the earth, great ranching folks. I mean, they're solid. It's the same ones, yeah.
They were here yesterday.
Yeah, they spoke.
Yeah, all the, Director Bruce, Commissioner Lundvall, all of them were here.
Yeah.
All the neighbors were here yesterday, same group.
Yeah.
So.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, we have a proposal. What is your pleasure?
Commissioner Masterson and I won't step on your toes this time.
Somebody's got to.
Madam Chair, I'd recommend we adopt the agency's proposal.
All right, Commissioner Mai makes the motion. Any discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much, John.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Where's Alan?
Why have we had so much trouble getting motion second?
Because half
I
of you
think
are
it's you.
asleep. All right, Alan.
I do.
No pressure, but you're the last one. Number 15 will be provided by email.
So, Madam President, Commissioners, Director Bruce, I'm really happy to be up here today because I think this might be the one time you guys are really excited to see me up here because I'm the finish line. So what I wanted to do today is give you an update on the Fishing Outfitters and Guides Advisory Board. This legislative session, House Bill 5 passed, which enacted Wyoming Statute 23-3206. There's a couple parts that required immediate action for regulation of fishing outfitters and guides. One part of that was the creation of the advisory board. The legislation or statute dictates that the commissioner in each district shall appoint a representative to serve on the advisory board for a 4-year term. 2 of those appointments have to be commercial operators and the rest can be general public. So I really appreciate the time you guys put into reviewing the over 100 applicants that we had when we opened it up for applicants in March. Several of you had a really hard selection because there was a lot of really good applicants in those districts. And I think that you came up with a really balanced board. So I appreciate your hard work on that. So what I wanted to do today was go over those selections. And then at the end, I'll give you next steps. I'm going to try to keep this in about 5 minutes. So District 1, which is Commissioner Jolovich's district. Commissioner Jolovich selected Gary Coral out of Torrington. Gary is an avid fly angler, has fished all over the state, and will represent the general angling public. District 2, which is Commissioner Mai's district. Commissioner Mai selected Ian McCreary, which you just heard Ian talk here. Excuse me. Ian has the connection with Trout Unlimited, so we felt it was good to have that NGO representation on there. But ultimately, Ian's going to be representing the angling public. He's got a really deep connection with the Platte Valley, has worked as a guide there, so he has that background, and then has the Trout Unlimited background as well. District 3, which is Commissioner Roberts' district. Commissioner Roberts selected Christopher Hayes. Mr. Hayes comes from Boulder. He has been involved in the fishing industry in western Wyoming for nearly 20 years, so a lot of commercial experience there, and has an extensive knowledge of the fisheries resource in western Wyoming. District 4, Commissioner Bell selected Larry Larson out of Gillette. Mr. Larson is an avid angler. He's an author and has floated many of the rivers in the state, so he'll be an angling representative as well. District 5, President Lundvall selected John Swalby out of Thermopolis. Mr. Swalby has outfitted and guided for over 30 years, has a really great understanding of the outfitting business and the Bighorn River fisheries. District 6, Commissioner Haskell's district, he selected Owen Miller out of Moorcroft. Mr. Miller is an avid angler and fishes many waters in northeast part of the state, and he will represent anglers as well. And then finally, District 7, Commissioner Masterson selected Blake Jackson out of Casper. Mr. Jackson grew up fishing the Platte River, has operated on the Platte River for 25 years. He currently owns a business, outfitting business there. Mr. Jackson was a participant 2 years ago in the TRW subcommittee process, so he's got some background in it. We think he'll be an excellent addition. Wanted to publicly thank all those folks that applied, and especially thank the folks that were selected to work through this process and for stepping up. The next step is May 1st. We have our first kickoff meeting for the advisory board. The second part of the statute that directed department to have some immediate action on was implementing a regulation that has to be in effect by January 1st, 2026. The department has drafted regulation so that we can get that process going, and that will be the board's first real action on May 1st to review that draft regulation that we were proposing, provide input to the department and ultimately to the commission on that regulation. That process needs to get going so we can get it to the governor's office by May 28th and then be able to hit the September commission meeting for your ultimate approval. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions from the commission? All right, what is your pleasure on item number 16?
Madam President, I would move to appoint all of the members that were stated above and proceed with the Fishing Outfitters Guides and Advisory Committee.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Roberts. Any discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Jolovich. All those in agreement?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Is it just me or are we done?
I think we're done. Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission, just a quick follow-up on our potential
Yes.
agenda shift change commission meeting, July. We have been unsuccessful to nail down a location. However, we have two options that we're working on. One is a college and one's a Holiday Inn. There's been hurdles in the past with the college and our network and our IT guys, but I think we've got that straight because we did talk to the IT guy there. We have not talked to the scheduler though. So we're waiting on that. So I don't know how you want to proceed. I guess you could table it, or you could tell us the final location, and this is up to you.
If we table it,
We could do something in May during the open session.
is that going to get too?
It's close, but that would give us time. I anticipate we'll know in the next 24 hours if one of those locations will work.
Okay. Do we have the capability of doing it over the phone and still be open to the public and all that? Yeah, okay. All right, discussion, question on that. How does everyone feel about tabling it for the next little bit till we at least have some more information? Is that okay with everyone?
Is that tabling it gonna be a problem?
Well, I mean, you could vote to tell us, direct us to change it. And if we can't find a location, then we would have to come back to you in May and say, we're gonna have to keep it at Evanston.
What would happen if we would move to change it to Rock Springs and contingent
Pending, yeah.
upon you obtaining appropriate and sufficient facilities?
That would be correct,
That sounds like a Commissioner
Which is kind of what I was alluding to.
motion.
It does.
Knowing that if we can't find anywhere, we'll have to put up a tent.
And I guess you could also include in the motion, should a facility not be available, we'll just stick with Evanston.
Is that an official motion or are you just making things up? Is that an official motion or are you just
Yeah, yeah, I'm
chatting?
happy to make that motion. I was trying to stay quiet, but that's.
Liar.
No, you weren't.
Liar, liar. All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion or questions? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, you have your
Will that
marching orders are there.
Eric, that work?
That works.
All right, before we wrap up, anyone else on? No more public comment, call to the public? All right, I just want to personally say thank you to Director Bruce and my fellow commissioners for all of their patience and endurance over the last 2 days. Got a lot done, a lot to be processed, obviously, and not only that, but more importantly, probably more than anything, thank you not only to the public that commented, but to the staff of the department. Obviously, as much time as we spent over the last 2 days and as much as we're whining about it, we know that there were multiple more hours spent by all of you putting it all together for us. So please don't take any of our whining to mean that we didn't love the information that was provided and completely appreciate the way in which it was presented. We're just whiny, so. Yes, very good. Thank you all very much. All right, do I have a motion to conclude the meeting?
So moved.
All right, thank you all very much for your time. We are concluded.
Scared to hell.